the final, the North-South Classic, under 19 North-South Classic, sponsored by the Prize Club, our very generous and loyal supporter of cricket development program. The function will be a short one this morning. We have Mr. Azim Basarat, as you all know, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, also the vice president of Cricket West Indies. We have Mr. Jason Abdul representing our sponsors, the Prize Club. We have Mr. Budish Duki, coach, well-respected, established coach, and Mr. Parasram Singh, the third vice president of the cricket board. So without much delay, I will ask Mr. Basarat to, Mr. Duki to offer a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this North-South Under 19 Classic. I just want to wish the guys all the best. Play the game in the spirit they should be playing. I have something in my hands here I would like to show you. Look at the team here. Anything on it? So everyone here is responsible for getting the name of the statement. Okay? The selectors will be looking on. I am here. And you, everything is in your hands based on the performance and the company. Okay? So it's a fair opportunity for everyone here, all the best guys, and play the game one way, the right way.
Thank you, sir. Well, there you have it, dear gentlemen. You heard it from the coach that it's all up to you now. Everything is in your hands. I will now ask Mr. Abdul from the Prize Club to offer some remarks.
Good morning to everyone. Best of luck to the both teams. And yesterday we saw in the under 17 finals that the South dominated Dawn by a big performance. Today we wanted more competitive. North, South, make it a competitive match. And it's only, I believe, 15 players that can be selected. Give it your very best. Respect your opponents and have fun.
Thank you very much, Jason. As you will be aware, or those of you who have read the newspapers this morning, we had the under 16 final, was it? The under 17 final North-South Classic yesterday. It did not really live up to expectations. It was a one-sided match, so we are all hoping that the contest today will be more evenly matched, and we expect it to be, because we are gathered here the best under 19 players in your age group in Trinidad and Tobago, so we want you to live up to expectations. The sponsors, the Prize Club, will also hope that it is a cleanly contested event, because over the years they have invested heavily in youth cricket development by sponsoring tournaments, the entire North-South Classics, also the 8th tournament. So when you play today, play for your team, play for your region, play for the cricket board, play for the sponsors, and more importantly, play for yourselves, and make a bid, a strong bid for inclusion, because you know the Cricket West Indies tournament, Rising Stars tournament, is on the horizon. So we will now ask the officials to meet the players, Mr. Basarat, Mr. Abdul, Mr. Duki, and Mr. Singh.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Balmain Couva. It is a live coverage of the North-South Under-19 Classic here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain Couva. I'm Vidya Ramphal, part of the commentary team for today's match, and as you can see, the opening match, is just about to start here, and the officials are meeting the teams at this time. And that, of course, is the North team, which is led by Joshua Davis. And the officials, led by the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, that's Azim Bassarat there to the left of your picture, and newly minted vice president of the West Indies, Cricket West Indies. Now they're just about to meet the team from the south, and several of the players would be familiar figures now to many of those who watch Cricket 360, as we've been covering youth cricket extensively this year. And there's young Liam Mamchan, the coach also of the South team, Anil Lakan there, as the officials just getting through with the festivities and meeting the coaches and the players, and an embrace between two of the coaches in Trinidad and Tobago. So here's what we have for you today. South captained by Kyle Kisundat, coming up against Joshua Davis and the North team today. So the teams meeting right now, exchanging some pleasantries. And let's give you the team lineups at this time. South, they are led, of course, as I said, by Kyle Kisundat, the full team. Kisundat, Mohammed Pereira, Luke Ali, Sankar, Ramlal, Chase, Mamchan, Agard, Fariz Ali, and Ramnath. The North team led by Davis, and Joshua Davis, the grandson of the former West Indies opener. And their team includes vice captain Orlando James, two players from Tobago on the team, the brothers Orlando and Joshua James. The rest of the team, Juman, Siwa, Rambaran, Emrit, Singh, Cambridge, Budu Singh, and Ramdu. They have left out Edwards, Ramnath, V. Ramnath, and Bachu today. South have left out Jalim, Ramnath, and Sunny. The news from the middle is that the North team have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. So North will be getting at South first here. Yesterday there was a almighty collapse of sorts, where North collapsed to 86 all out and South easily chased down the scores to get the victory. So congratulations to the South under-17 team. They won the Classic yesterday, North South Classic yesterday. The umpires out there just surveying the final rolling of the pitch. And that's being done at the moment. And the pitch, just some moisture there, as you can see. It's a lot lighter in color than the two adjacent pitches, where you can see a lot of moisture. But this one, a little bit drier, but I really wouldn't call it dry. So there will be slightly slower conditions here for the teams. Joshua Davis to the left of your picture with the red cap. He's the skipper of the team. And some towering figures within that North team. And certainly Joshua Davis, one of the outstanding young talents out of North. It's quite a talented team. And the two brothers from Tobago also. That is, of course, Orlando and Joshua James. They will certainly play their part in this one. A lot of big names in that North team. Zachary Siwa certainly is one of them. Rambaran, also an outstanding player. In fact, you could call all 11 names on this team here today. They are certainly outstanding players. There are the openers for South. To the left of your picture, that's Riyad Mohammed, one of the outstanding openers in secondary schools cricket this year. And Nick Ramlal heading out there to do battle with him. So Riyad and Nick, as they prefer to use their first names on the back of their shirts, 9 and 17. And they are heading out there right now to do battle. The North team, of course, will So we're just about ready to start, and there, as you know, it's a National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. Number 1. That's Cambridge. So Cambridge will be opening the bowling for North. right arm medium pacer, and just doing his warm-ups at the moment. And the field just starting to take shape right now for the North team. Two slips they've started out with. In the ring, there is a backward square leg. It's also, well, let's start on the offside. The two slips are there. There's a third man just outside of the circle. Backward point. Cover point in Captain Davis. Mid-on, mid-off. There's a shortish mid-wicket and the backward square leg at the moment. Outside of the circle, just one man outside of the circle for the moment. And that will be the third man position. And here is Cambridge, and very stylish headwear that he's having out there today. Just about ready to start. Actually, it's James. 20 is that's James, in fact. Joshua James. Originally, I was told it was 22, but here's James on his way. First run, perhaps. And that's all it'll be. Good backing up on the leg side. And I think that was Rambaran who came across to do the fielding. And a good time to say hello and welcome to Vinod Mamchan, who has been ferreting out all of the tiny details and stories from downstairs. How are you, Vinod?
Of course, we're here bringing you coverage of the North-South Classic, the Under-19 Classic. I know that you had a look at the pitch. I myself got a look at the pitch just now, and it's a bit soft,
yes,
especially on the southern end of the ground. And I think that will dictate that these young players out there play as late as possible from on this end, because balls can actually pop.
Straight to the fielder this time. Yeah, it certainly does look like that. And just two balls bowled, and already you can see on the pitch the marks. In terms of the marks, the bowler's foot marks already, there's indentation there. That's to tell you how soft it is.
Yeah, it's soft out there. And just a while ago, whilst I was down there, with a number of people came up and they were asking, they say when something is nice, you do it twice. And they were asking about...
I'm sure you're talking about results there, are you?
No, well, they were actually asking about coverage and whether we were going to do tomorrow's intercall matches. And yes, we are. You can join us live at Branagh Cricket Academy from 1 p.m. A very unique situation where Fatima College, they come up against Prez. Joshua Davis, who is the captain of Fatima College, his sister is the captain of Holy Name Convent that's playing in the finals as well. You would have covered the opening yesterday, Vidya.
Played square of the wicket. Yes, in fact, there were, well, we were noticing as the T-shirts were handed out yesterday to the various captains, there were two J. Davises.
Yeah, and same number.
And same number, that's
Number
right.
45.
Yes.
So speaking to Josh just on his dad, of course, Gregory Davis, who would have played for Trinidad and Tobago, the top coach at Queen's Park. That Davis family, Brian Davis. And Brian would have walked into a West Indies team. Brian would have been a very prolific West Indian batsman had he played now. I think he had 4 half centuries in 5 tests.
Oh, that's cut away beautifully, and that's going to run away for 4. And tell you what, there's been a lot of rain recently, but there was no sign of that. We know that ball absolutely raced across.
Well, absolutely brilliant shot there from Mohammed. He knew that there was a huge gap between the gully and the point, and the gully is kind of holding down a 4th slip position as well, so it created that gap. It was short and wide. I think even Vidya Ramphal would have had that screaming into the fence.
You're very uncharitable, Vinod. You're very uncharitable so early in the morning.
Yes, and I was saying early on that you can join us tomorrow for both matches, and then on Saturday you have the mighty Queen's Park, and they are playing the finals of the 50 over as Premiership 1. We'll also be bringing that live to you, as well as the Premiership 2 final, which is Carl Drax against Marching Patriots. And all that's the Premiership 2 South. And the Premiership 2 North involving Mary Boys, we're working feverishly to have that into your living room as well.
So now from the northern end, it looks like Juman. I believe that it is Juman is going to be bowling from the northern end of the ground.
I'm looking at those initial deliveries bowled by James around the wicket, and look how prominent the marks are on the track. It's very wet indeed.
It certainly is. And that ball that was crashed to the boundary for 4, there was some width on offer, but it did get to the batsman well over hip height. So there is some bounce in there. Ramlal hasn't had a terrible lot to do so far. Just the one delivery to get his first run. Riyad Mohammed has been prolific in secondary schools cricket this year.
He's had a good season, Juman. Starts with a wide that goes past a wicketkeeper Ramdoots.
Well, almost a nasty collision there in the outfield. And James was coming across to that, and the other player, just out of your picture, Sachin Emrit, was also scuttling after it. I don't think there was a terrible lot of calling. They almost crashed into each other.
Yeah, so just a loosener there from Rahman. And as the video was saying, just look at that. That could have been nasty, especially for Sachin Emrit's right hand.
Again, down the leg side, another wide called. And Juman, as you mentioned, has had a good season. Looking at, he's a very nice, smooth approach, but as he gets into the gather, just into the delivery stride, that's when the unorthodoxy of his approach just shows up.
Yeah, it works for him. He
It
bowls
does.
off the wrong foot, so to speak. Reminds me of Sohail Tanvir.
So it's very
Left-handed
similar.
version.
Very
Yeah.
similar. Oh, that's a good delivery. Yes, he's got him. Nice lift-in delivery outside the off stump. Took the shoulder off the bat, and that's the end of Ramlal. And that 2 deliveries down the leg side, and when he got it right, did he get it right? So that is the first wicket, and South have lost Ramlal for 1.
And Ramlal, that's a big, big blow. Now, the southern end of the track, that is where the questions have been downstairs. There's been a lot of talk that the game should have started at 10 to allow it to dry out, because the southern side, you will see the ball popping at the southern end. And so this is the, look at it, and then it pops at him. So that was actually the discussion downstairs that they were having, that the game should have started at 10 to allow that area on the southern end just to dry off a bit. Unlucky Ramlal, he has to go, but it's a big, big breakthrough for North, because Ramlal has been in a tremendous form. In the four-team cup recently, he had 4 half centuries in 4 matches.
Yeah, so they'll bring Narad Kyle Kisundat to the crease, the captain of the South team. Certainly, I'm sure he would have been not expecting to be out there after 7 deliveries, 7 legal deliveries, that is, in the innings. But there he is, and just as you called it in the first over, Vinod, the danger of that ball popping on batsmen, and there certainly was one that popped. But great credit to the bowler, Juman. He got it just in the right area, just in that corridor, forcing the batsman to play. Ramlal had to go at it, but just it was the height that did him more than anything. Took the shoulder off the bat, and a nice and easy catch for Ramdu behind the stumps.
So great encouragement there.
Another one, gone, 2 and 2. And Juman,
that pops.
yeah, that one, and tell you what, the captain played at that maybe a little bit wider than the first delivery, but when you really want to get the feeling of bat and ball, and look at this, outside the off stump, very open stance, and maybe he could have let that one go. Yeah, it was coming back in, and a nice and easy catch, the first slip. Emrit takes it well, and Juman is on a hat-trick.
Yeah, so you can't fault Juman. He's putting the ball in the right areas. And you can see the disgust on the face there of Narat Kisundat. National coach Budish Duki, who is up here, is livid, because he actually said he was downstairs and he was saying that the balls are going to pop at the southern end. And he was asking Budish Duki that the game started at 10 o'clock for this same reason. So you feel it there for Ramlal, you feel it for Kisundat. But take nothing away from Juman. He's putting the ball in the right areas.
Well, in the same way that Budish was able to point that out, that's where the staff for the South team would have been able to inform their players of the same possibility. So you're batting at this southern end. The ball is on a length. You really need to at least be cognizant of that. I mean, easier said than done. We're 100 yards away. But two very good deliveries. Take nothing away from Juman. Two very good deliveries and taking 2 wickets. Don't forget, the youngster is on a hat-trick here, so we could have some really dramatic moments very early in this game as South 9 for 2 after only 8 legal deliveries of the innings here. The batsman to go, Nick Ramlal, caught Ramdu, bowled Juman for 1, and Kisundat caught Emrit, bowled Juman without scoring. A second slip now in place here.
Putting pressure on the new batsman. It's Jason Agard, who has been promoted in the batting lineup, and he's facing the hat-trick ball. One thought that Davis might have added a third slip or a leg slip because sometimes Juman pushes it down the leg side.
There's a gully in place and a backward point. Maybe a bit more pressure here. Juman certainly will be looking to get it in on that that line of the fourth stump there. Hopefully he'll get one to move just a little bit. That one, the second ball did come back in a little bit. Let's see what he does with the hat-trick ball. Good delivery down the leg side though, and Agard will be pretty happy to just fend that one away down the leg side. No run scored, but no hat-trick for Juman, but he's done the damage already.
Yes, he has. And Kyle Kisundat would have wanted to spend some time out there. He hasn't had the best of seasons, but he's actually coming into his zone for the half century recently. So he would have wanted to spend some time there. He's back in the hut already, and South on the back foot.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing to get a first bowler, isn't it? So Juman has started very well here from the northern end. And the sun is very, very hot today. Had a little walk around the ground. Well, you and I went walking out there. And this early advantage, now credit to North here. They've taken advantage of this early opening by using the conditions well. As the water starts to evaporate from the pitch, well, of course, it's going to flatten out.
Yeah.
South just need to get through this period. Much better.
Wide signal, though, Rahman.
That's his
But,
third
you know,
wide of the over.
Sometimes you're presented with conditions video, but you still have to use it.
Yes, that's right.
And Rahman has done that.
Yeah. He has bowled 3 wides, and there he is, the number 11. But he's had, when he's gotten it right, he's gotten 2 balls just about the outside of the off stump, 2 wickets already. Well, he looks pretty happy, doesn't he? Oh, very good delivery again. The batsman feeling for that one outside the off stump, Agard. A lot of space there between that backward point and Davis at the extra cover position. Just trying to get it through that gap, but that one moving away from the bat.
Say good morning to national coach Budish Duki. Is actually devouring his sada roti and fry aloo, as they call it here.
Nice delivery to end off the over, and the end of a very successful over here from Juman. 2 for 5 his figures read after the over, and at the end of it, after 2 overs, South in trouble already, 10 for 2.
Well, even the players, they are pointing at the track. The fielding team, that should tell you something. We take a short break, we'll be right back.
So James will continue here. Obviously, he would feel that he needs to get some success here, James. First over, conceding 5 runs, 12 for 2. In case you're just joining us, good morning to you. If you're having your Fruit Loops and milk right now, here's what's happened already. 2 wickets down for South as they were put into bat by North. That should be a wide, yes, down the leg side. Easy call there for the umpire. And just to review what's happened here, 2 wickets down already. And certainly the discussion this morning has been, should this game have started a little bit later? Obviously, the umpires felt that this the conditions were good enough for play. Of course, the other argument is that it's not going to be perfect anyway out there for you in games. So you need to learn to play the conditions as they are.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I was about to make that exact point down the leg side.
Oh, that's gone through his legs and 4. A blemish here already in the field for North. And certainly Juman, who is still very much on cloud 9, he needs to get his feet back on the ground because that one, his knees certainly should have hit the ground. Look as he comes across here, not the ideal position.
Yeah.
The long barriers definitely should have been executed.
I think the captain will forgive him after the wonderful first over that he had.
Of course, if they lose by 4 runs, he may not.
Yeah.
So James down the leg side was cut away for 4 in the last over. And also that one was put away well by Mohammed. And he seems to be batting on a completely different pitch from the rest.
Well, he's actually batting on the
other side, yes.
So this is why he's looking so comfortable. You wait to see how Mohammed fares on this side.
I think he might want to remain on the other side for the moment.
At least until about 10:15 when it dries up a bit.
Yeah, well, it might be a bit earlier because the sun is very hot out there. Yeah, that one popped on him slightly. You could see the way he was approaching it. The elbow was just raised at the last moment just to cover the extra bounce there.
I was speaking to him before. I'm no coach, but experience, of course, as a commentator. I was telling Mohammed that play as late as possible. Don't commit.
Well, he is playing very late at the moment, batting at the northern end of the ground. Got that one off the inner portion of the bat. Enough on it to get 2 here. Captain Davis after it. And that one maybe keeping a little bit low also, a little bit lower than he expected. But he dealt with it well. The wrist just a little flick at the end, just to the left of the mid-wicket fielder and picking up 2.
Yeah, so just feeling it. As you said earlier on, Vidya, batsmen going out there, they want to feel that ball onto the bat early. And you can see Mohammed, he's been good so far. Coming forward, that one with the angle coming into him.
Straight to Davis this time. That's not enough to get it past the mid-wicket fielder. And at the end of 3 overs, South on 19 for 2. And they will have to do a lot of work here to get out of the hole at the moment.
And gone. And you look at that lineup and I see our producer, Mr. Prasad, has Rajiv Ramnath, one of the best batsmen in the country at this level, at number 11. He probably knows something that we doesn't. I think Liam Mamchan, who's at 10, will feel very, very, very happy about that.
Yes, I'm sure he would. Get a slight promotion there.
19 for 2. And in terms of runs, they'll be happy. That's over 5 and over.
Yeah. Here's Juman again. Good delivery. But well left, yeah, you have to say there. That one's homing in on the off stump.
Good experience shown here by Yegard. You were saying it early on that probably Kisuna should have allowed that one to go by, the delivery that got him. But I think he was drawn into the shot. This is one of the approaches that they need to take. Try to leave as many balls as possible from this end.
You do that also. You might force the bowler to change his plan slightly. This is limited overs cricket, 50 overs, but it's sufficiently long time for these young batters. Yeah, so after its pitching, just coming in slightly with the angle here from Juman. And I think he is prepared to do that, Agard. Second delivery, allowing that one to go outside the off stump. And once you do that, you force the bowler to bowl more in the areas that you're comfortable with, then you can start to pick up the runs. There is Orlando James, the young man from Tobago. Not expected of him in the future.
He's one of the other players on that camp.
Full toss. Just patted away, just one this time. Not a full-blooded drive by any means. Yeah, that's what he wanted to do. But just patting that one down the field and picking up one. So this is going to be a test here for Riyad Mohammed, who is taking a mid-stump guard. It's going to be the first time that he's facing up at the southern end. And Juman is going to be well aware of this. Two slips in place and a gully. Of course, he's bowling now to the left-hander. He's bowled only to the right-handers so far. So it's going to be a little bit of a test here for him to just change his line. Is he going round the wicket? Yes, he is.
So Mohammed has been having a magnificent season. And he'll want to force his way into that national under-19 team.
Plays that well. Too much down the leg side from the bowler. And that's going to run close to the ropes here. James will pick it up. They've gone for 3, and they get it pretty comfortably in the end. It's the least populated area of the field, and 3 was always on the cards.
But you can see from that shot that Mohammed allowed the ball to come on to him. He was not pushing out early. So he has learned. Look at it. He has learned quickly that you play as late as possible, allow the ball to come on to you, and he was able to prosper there. Not a pretty shot. It's not a type of shot that you would invite your girlfriend to see, but it was effective.
Certainly was, picking up 3, and he has been the difference so far for South, 13 of 12 deliveries. Another good delivery here by Juman.
I like this by Juman. He knows what is happening, and he's bowling exactly in the right spot. This is intelligent bowling here from Abdur Rahman Juman.
Yeah, playing on the patience of the batter, but Agard has set up his stall pretty comfortably.
Agard has the experience, and I think Agard has been sent there to weather the storm. I think Anil Lakan, a very good friend, who is South's coach, I think he's protecting Rajiv Ramnath, the major batsman on this team, by not having him play at this point in time on a track like that, with that moisture, hoping that it dries out. It's the end of the over. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
With the start of the 5th over, flicked away nicely here by Mohammed. He should pick up 2 here. The 3 might be on the cards if they push for it. They should get 3 here. That's very close to the boundary, and in fact, they could have even run 4 because the fielder on the offside went to get the relay through. That's the longest side of the ground, and but they were well aware to get 3. Maybe 4 might have been pushing it.
No unnecessary risk taken at this point in time. Mohammed has been good. He's looked good. And he continues to be a calming effect at the top of the order for South.
Yeah, it's not that just he's holding his end. It's the comfort level at which he's done it. He's already picked up 16 of 13, more than a runner ball already from the young presentation college San Fernando batsman. And in a way that Agard might actually be the perfect foil. He's sent out there to blunt the attack, just to hold up the other end. And with Mohammed scoring as freely as he is right now, and Agard holding up the other end, this could be the green shoots of recovery here for South.
Yeah, and Agard himself is pretty accomplished with the bat. So the mere fact that he's just staying out there will work in his favor, because then you'll get accustomed to the bounce and the pace of the track, and then he himself can blossom.
Nice looking defensive shot there. Still one slip in place now. And there's a gully also out there.
I know it will pain you to say it, so I will say it for you. Both batsmen out there who are trying to rescue South, they're from Presentation College.
Yeah, they will be playing in the finals tomorrow. That is the Secondary Schools Cricket League Intercol T20 Finals. Certainly getting some good practice here today.
Yes.
Another push for a dot ball here by Agard. Yeah, he certainly does look accomplished, as you talked about, the way he's shaping up. The elbow's nice and high as he's playing it, and he seems to have a lot of time also. Always a good sign for a batsman.
Yeah, Jason Agard works hard at his game. He has been called to the West Indies camp. He actually was there, the West Indies on the 19 camp. And he'll be looking to push further to get into that West Indies team for the World Cup in Sri Lanka.
Oh, he thought about playing at that one. Last moment pulling away. And when he resets, different batsmen have different ways of resetting their mind. He walks away to the point region very quickly. And there's one of the media personnel here taking the photographs.
And credit to James, though. You're looking at the field, and he has 7 men on the offside, and he's bowling on one side of the wicket. So it's giving himself the opportunity of getting a wicket again right there.
End of the 5th over. At the end of it, South at 26 for 2.
Yeah, so Mohammed continues to bat and bat well. Mohammed has looked unfussed. Has really looked good here this morning. We had Mohammed, and there's so much talk about a strong Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup leading into the regional tournament. Don't be surprised if this young 16-year-old Riyad Mohammed forces his way into that national under-19 team. He has had that good of a season.
And he has a chance here to really establish his credential even more with good innings here today in difficult conditions for South. It's going to be Juman to continue here. Very hot sunshine. 3 overs bowled by James. 3rd here for Juman.
Just one fielder on the onside. And Mohammed was eyeing that area before Juman ran into bowl. He was able to get the single.
Yeah, with the angle of the delivery, with the bowler coming round the wicket, even though it's outside of the off stump, with the angle of the delivery, makes it a little bit easier for him just to drop, just to close the wrist on it at the last moment.
Yeah.
Pick up singles on. And as former West Indies fast bowler Michael Holding likes to say, when you leave those gaps in the slip cordon, the ball has a way of finding them.
Yep.
And now the first slip is gone. Second slip, he moved even wider now to a gully position, and that time the ball found him there. So Mohammed, 17 of 14 deliveries. He's at the non-striker's end. Agard, 5 of 18 deliveries. And South starting to weather the storm here. They lost those early 2 wickets. Nick Ramlal caught by the wicketkeeper Ramdu of Juman for 1. Next ball, Carl Kisundat caught by Amrit without scoring. Didn't get the hat-trick though. Another solid-looking defensive shot, and that will end off the 6th over. So 3 overs apiece from the opening bowlers, and a time here for Davis to start thinking about making a change with the weather as it is, with the very hot sunshine here. Don't think we'll see the bowlers perhaps get spells of more than 4 overs here. It's going to be a difficult ask here for that.
So I want to apologize for that slight technical issue that we had on Facebook, not on YouTube. So we're back up and running. Mohammed is forward. Just leaning into this, and a misfield on the offside. They're going to come back for 2 and looking for 3. Agad is not interested in that, so rightfully so. So that's 2 more. It's 33 for 2.
They're finding the gaps now, South. And certainly the approach has been a little bit different here from the 2 South batsmen. First 2 batters just going hard at the deliveries outside the off stump, surprised by some lifters, and one caught at the wicket, the other caught at first slip. So there was a good catch by Emrit. Here's James to continue. Nicely worked away on the leg side. That should be worth another double here. And Mohammed looking very good here for South.
I'm a bit concerned though. Whilst he's looking really good, and I'll give him that, he has brought that sort of calmness, stability now to the situation. I'm looking at Mohammed and I'm thinking he's too frequently playing around that front pad, which makes him
an
LBW candidate. So he has to be careful. A quicker bowler could have him.
Yeah, he's committing on that front foot, just playing around it.
Much better.
Yeah, getting into line well that time. And Mohammed, and the other subplot to what's going on here today, this of course is the Price Club North-South Under-19 Classic. Several of these players are going to be coming up against each other tomorrow in the secondary schools cricket league T20 final. Joshua Davis is the captain of Fatima College, and Riyad Mohammed is one of his main opponents again for Pres South tomorrow. Oh, that's a good one.
Good delivery there. The height of James coming into effect, but well played as well by Mohammed.
Yeah, it was in the air for a while. There's no one close in, but it was safely away, and you can tell from the expression of the keeper Ramdu that he felt perhaps more could have come out of that. Well played there by Mohammed. So a lot of cricket coming up for you over the next few days here on Cricket 360. Right now it's the Under-19 Classic. In the air, yes, he's taken it. Caught, he tried, committed to the front foot, looked as though he was trying to play that on the leg side. It goes to wide mid-off, and it's taken easily here, and that's a nice catch there. It is Orlando James who takes it, and that's the end of Mohammed.
Again, look at Mohammed looking to turn the face on that one, and he would have been better served. It was not too straight as the previous deliveries were. All he had to do was do exactly what he's rehearsing now whilst he's walking out. Just calmly played through the offside.
Exactly what South did not want, to lose a wicket and lose the wicket of the dangerous Mohammed, who was looking so comfortable. But he knows that he made a huge mistake there. And just to look at the selection of the shot, perhaps he would have been better served trying to drive that through the offside, but trying to turn it on the leg side, as he has been doing all the way through.
Well, he has shown a propensity to play through the onside in this innings. Now, good captaincy by Joshua Davis, because he was asking him to play through the onside. There was actually just one fielder located on the onside. So Mohammed was really looking to get runs through there all the time, and he was playing at deliveries that he should not have played down in that region, and that led to his dismissal. 35 for 3, and this is starting to resemble what happened yesterday with North.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you look back at that replay also, the head movement also. you could have seen him starting to lean towards the leg side as the ball was coming in. And certainly the shot selection has let him down there. So South 35 for 3. And Rajiv Ramnath, who has had a good season also. And if there was the tactic of putting Agard in to protect Ramnath a little bit, well, now he's into the firing line with only 6.5 overs gone here. And South, after they saw what happened yesterday, South would certainly not want to fall victim, or at least end up in the position that North were yesterday. Was it 35 for 6 or something of that nature yesterday?
Actually 41, I think, for 6. So Ramnath is there. He's the main man, Rajiv Ramnath. And if he stays in there, he can do some serious damage to this North attack. But he has been coming off an injury, so he'll take some time. But if he gets going here, it'll be a pleasure to see him bat. 35 for 3, take nothing away from the Northerners. They've bowled well here this morning.
Well worth the price of admission so far. The North bowlers, James and Juman, and they will both get the 4th overs of their spells here. Might be a change coming in the next over, unless, of course, it's going to be very difficult after your bowler has picked up a wicket to not give him another over, at least another shot at the batsman. So a little bit of a question mark over what Davis will be doing here. Will he give James another over? Juman would certainly want one. Oh, another good delivery here. And just past the edge. That was Agard just playing at that one. Another good delivery here from Juman. He has been impressive this morning. Yeah, just moving away at the last moment there. Maybe after it passed the wicket, just a bit of a shape of movement away. Another good delivery from Juman. Here are his figures so far. 3.1 overs, 16 runs, 2 wickets.
I can say a very good morning to...
He's bowled him! Gone straight through him. That's his 3rd wicket. And that is the end of Agard. He's been bowled for 5. He's kept a lot of these deliveries outside the off-stump, Vinod. But that one coming back in, and he took the off-stump. 4th wicket down.
I was just about to say a very good morning to Juman's dad, a good friend of mine from Curep. He's having a good morning. Let's have a look at this again. That one came back in. It kept a bit low, though. And Agard, pushing half forward, has to go. So all the damage has been done. Well, most of the damage has been done by Juman. 35 for 4 now. Look at it. On the edge as well.
Yeah, it kept a little bit low. And he had to play at that one outside the off stump. And that one was coming back in. But also a massive gap between bat and pad there. And hitting the underside of the bat onto the off stump. End of Agard. He's gone for 5. So Ramnath in there now. He has faced only one delivery. And now the new batter in is Luke Alley. A big task here for him.
Yeah, Luke Alley, who played yesterday for South in that winning effort. And he will be looking to continue from where he left off. He was unbeaten yesterday when the victory was formalized. So he'll be looking to continue the good work and see if he can stay with Rajiv Ramnath. Also
the top scorer in the semi-finals in a losing effort for Presentation College Iguanas. Scored 32 there. The very difficult conditions at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And also some fairly feisty conditions here for him to overcome. And Juman with his tail up here. 3 for 16 after 3.2 overs. Dream figures here for Juman at the moment. And he's been well worth it. Maybe a little bit wayward in his first over. Outside of quite there for the cut shot. Maybe just a little bit close to the body. But pulling it in. And Juman, oh, it's going to be so difficult here for North for Joshua Davis, the skipper, to take these two off. James picked up a wicket in his last over, and Juman now to get a score of some substance. James to continue. We did talk about whether he would get another over. He started out his 5th over here with a wide. So Joshua Davis deciding, hey, I'm going to give him another. Certainly not bowling at quite the pace that he was earlier. He's a right arm medium fast. And they do have some weapons here in the spin department, the North team. I'm sure we'll see those unveiled coming up pretty soon. North deciding to leave out Edwards, Ramnath and Bachu earlier today. For South, no Kanhai, Sunny also left out, and Nikhail Jalim, who will captain Presentation College tomorrow in the secondary schools final. He's also left out today. Two deliveries to go, the umpire signals, or two deliveries gone, in fact. So that's, might see him come in to bowl a few. Yeah, he's been known to work up some pace here. He's already made quite an impression, young Orlando James. In the T20 circles, played some fine innings in the Bago T10 last year and this year. Nicely driven out. North certainly look as though enjoying themselves out there, and why not? Already 37 for 4. Ramdu and company enjoying themselves, and well, the umpires just they thought it was the end of the over, but they were too wide, so they've decided they've got it sorted out now. James will have to bowl a couple more. Solid defensive shot, and that's the over. At the end of 9 overs now, that's James's 5th over bowled. South under 19 are 37 for 4. So still not out of the woods yet. They are still straddling some real trouble here at the moment, South. And they need to find a way out. A big partnership is on offer. There's the scorecard. And not good going here for South. Ramlal won 21 for Mohammed. He looked good, but then fell victim as he was trying to play through the onside. Certainly great thinking by Davis, the captain of North. Just feeding his strength there. He was trying to flick the ball through the leg side to pick up doubles. And Juman will continue here. He's going to get a 5th over also. Well, that's way down the leg side. Well taken there by Ramdu. Nice diving stop there from the wicketkeeper for North. Ramdu for Fatima College does also bowl. So you do have that option, but he's been given the gloves today. And certainly, he's just about 6 feet tall, a little bit tall for a wicketkeeper. Usually you tend to see wicketkeepers in the 5'5", 5'6" range. And if you're David Williams, maybe a little bit south of that. This is the 10th over of the innings here. And it's been quite eventful so far. Driven away nicely. Just going to be 1. As James comes across to do the fielding. So where's Davis going to go next? Both of his opening bowlers have bowled 5 so far. He does have some options here. He has, Juman has bowled a 5 on the trot. As James. Might see Orlando James coming in next. He might be asking more of the same from Orlando James. Outside the off stump. Hope to take advantage of the dissipating advantage that they've had so far. 2 slips in place. And the 3rd man for the edge. Well, the 2 slips for the edge, that is. 3rd man, if it gets through. Flicked away. Oh, just short of the fielder. Made a good fist of it. Trying to get the catch. Just dropped in front of the hands. Very good stop indeed. Here's how it played out. It's flicked away, didn't get it too much in the air. And let's see. It was a great attempt. Never really had a chance to take the catch there. A Cambridge, but an athletic piece of fielding. Certainly, I'd say that rather than call that a drop chance, he saved 4 runs there. In behind it solidly, Ramnath. He's going to have to build something of a platform here for himself. Try to get himself in, face a lot of deliveries. Still a lot to go here. 40.3 overs still to go for South. So time is not a huge issue for South at the moment. You can take 20, 30 deliveries, play yourself in. If you look at the template as it is for batters in 50 over cricket. Driven away, that could run away for 4. He's hit that well, past the fielder, and Davis it was diving across there, couldn't get a hand on it, and just seemed to be berating himself that he missed that one. Not here by Ramnath. First shot in anger here from him so far, and he hit that pretty well. His first boundary, and he picks up 4, so he's off the mark here off his 10th delivery. Certainly is a real slog here for South at the moment. Nice looking shot again. This time just going to be 1. Oh, that's a nice bit of fielding. And they won't go back for the second because there's a fielder in place. And that will end off the over, will it? Just 2 deliveries to go. Some of the interested spectators here watching on. Quite a few parents here watching their kids perform today. Flicked away, and that will run away for 4. Down the leg side, poor delivery there by Juman. One of the few bad balls he's bowled so far, and he's bowling it to a really classy batsman in Ramnath. And he will take up the battle for the North team as they try to force home this early advantage. They have been able to prize out 4 wickets for 35 runs. Small partnership starting to develop here of 13 so far. Is Siwa the man for the moment? In terms of the field, still the 1 slip in place in Sachin Emrit. Inside the circle, and the offside well protected. Backward point in place, cover point, extra cover. There's a short extra cover in place also, and there is a mid-off. James is a mid-on. There's also a mid-wicket in place. 1 man outside the circle, and he's at 3rd man. Plays at that one. An appeal by Siwa, but just the bat hitting the ground as the batsman trying to launch into a drive. And he's just trying to work out. You can see that with the hand movements there by Ramnath, working out that the ball is going to be moving away from him. Also, he's here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Cooper. The ball does shape away from the right-hander here. Full delivery, and Ramnath certainly not the So after 5 overs apace from the northern end, it's going to be some spin. It's Andrew Rambaran to start his spell here. And can he and Siwa be the ideal tonic for North as they try to press home the advantage in the early stages of this North-South final? Very quickish spinner is Rambaran from outside the from left arm round the wicket here. Now the leg side field, a man on the boundary, and that's going to be too easily. That ball barely getting outside the 30-meter circle if it did. And that's 2 there. I tell you what, there's a little bit of a discussion between the two fielders. The fielder who had to come in maybe 40 yards to do the fielding was suggesting to the man inside the circle, that was your ball. You should have tracked that one down. In the meantime, the 50's up here for South, 50 for 4. It's been a real hard battle here for South in the early stages of this game.
Yeah.
Straight to the fielder. Some encouragement here for Ramdu as he starts off his spell. Nothing untoward so far. He's had it on length already. Shouts towards the captain Davis. He's unable to get across to that one. And sure you heard that little bit of byplay there between between the fielder, between the wicketkeeper Ramdu and Joshua Davis. Ramdu was expecting Davis to put in a dive there. He's joking with him that when it's Fatima College, you're diving, and not when you're playing for North. Certainly not the case there, because that was well away from Davis. Straight to the fielder again. And just a couple of runs to start off here as Rambaran has bowled his first over. 4 dot balls, 3 runs in the over. That's the end of his first. Siwa will be coming up next year at the end of the over. 12 overs in the books. And South are 51 for 4. So it's Zachary Siwa to continue from the southern end. Joshua Davis has gone off the field. V. Ramnath is on here as the substitute fielder. He's left out of the North team along with Edwards and Bachu. And Davis had an opportunity to dive at a ball in the last over. Didn't do so. And he might be carrying a little bit of an injury. We saw that in the semi-finals of the Secondary Schools Cricket League. Driven nicely and good fielding. North have been on point. Just one blemish in the outfields for the morning, but so far they've been pretty good. They've been athletic. They've been quick to get across to some they made some very difficult stops here so far already. Siwa is hoping to continue the good work that James started on this side of the ground. Certainly not the same pace as James, as he was able to work up early. More of a military medium here from Zachary Siwa on this slower pitch here. He's going to have to make sure he gets it right in terms of his length, because with the quality of batters out there in Ali and Ramnath, they can start to wrest the advantage away from North. Certainly wouldn't want that to get away from them at this point. Good delivery, nice looking on drive, and an easy one. That's the substitute Ramnath on. So I'll bring Rajiv Ramnath to bat at the moment, short of the two batters as I mentioned, and he has started well. 5 of 19. Look at some of the great batters in the 50-over game. They don't score too many of the first 20-25 balls, and you start to see the innings blossoming. Well, mentioned of the first 20 balls, not many. 5 of the first 20 for Ramnath, and he did take a couple steps down the crease here, down the wicket, and trying to upset rather Siwa.
Siwa has been
over.
So Siwa, after 2 overs, he just conceded just the 1 run, so he has been tidy. James, 1 for 21, but the man doing the damage. Juman, 3 for 27. It's 52 for 4 after 13. That tells me, with my limited knowledge of mathematics, that that's a run rate of 4. Am I correct there, Vidya?
Well, it's on the screen. So, not sure if that was a calculation or...
Actually, I didn't see it.
You'll get the benefit of the doubt.
The projected score is 200 at the moment, which means that South will love to get up to that score, but they've lost 4 wickets. And the man coming in to bowl from the northern end is no easy customer to deal with, Andrew Rambaran.
Yeah, he doesn't turn it a huge amount, does he? But he
subtle variation.
Yeah, subtle variations, maybe just enough to get the edge or so. But he's always very, very tight in terms of he's miserly in his approach.
Split away.
Perhaps here's the result here. Looking to get on with it slightly, and has lost his wicket. And good breakthrough here by Rambaran.
Yeah, the arm ball from Andrew Rambaran, and you can see Ramnath playing all around the front pad. Plumb in front, I dare say. Good decision there by umpire Raj Kumar. And the Rambaran strikes South in all sorts of problems at the moment. They're 53 for 5. And the young man going in, though, has been in some really good form this season. That's Fariz Ali. I think he's batting a bit low in the order, though. He has been in tremendous form, and he's going out there to see if he can now just wrest the initiative from North, because at this point in time, the Northerners wouldn't be enjoying that drink there, Vidya.
Yeah, they certainly will. I think of the two camps at the moment, they would be the ones enjoying the drink more. The other camp just outside of your picture is the smaller one involving the two batters. Both Alis out there, Luke and Fariz Ali.
And both of them from Central. I'll tell you something, though. South coach Anil Lakan will be biting off his nails.
Well, whatever remains of them, because he has been working very hard with these youngsters. And current run rate, 3.93. And South, the problem has been that they've lost so many wickets here, And just as with the under-17 finals yesterday, where there was a bit of a mismatch, we might have another one of those today. But this time, North would not, they're the ones in the ascendancy at the moment. Rambaran, the ideal tonic at the northern end, picking up the wicket, and a very good wicket of Rajiv Rambaran. You look at the tactics of South. They sent in Agard at number 4 to try to blunt the attack. He did that to an extent, but then a really good delivery by Juman, who really has been the star performer of the morning.
Yes, he has been. You know, as I said earlier on today, when you're presented with conditions that will assist you, you use it.
Yeah.
And he did it well. You know, he put the ball in the right areas, and he was able to get his wickets. So it's 53 for 5 at the moment. Ali and, well, both Ali's in there at the moment. Fariz Ali, who has just joined Luke Ali, and Luke Ali has looked pretty good in scoring 10 so far. And all these two needs to understand is that they need to bat overs. There's still 36 and a half to come.
Problem has been is that North have been able to produce those wicket-taking deliveries, and they've bowled very well, especially Juman, as I mentioned. Outside of those 3 wickets he took, there were several deliveries that deserved wickets. He was able to produce those wicket-taking deliveries at will, it seemed, earlier today.
Well,
So far, if the match were to stop at this point, that's the man who's going to win player of the match.
but Siwa, Davis, and Vasant Singh, they were actually giving some talks to Fariz Ali, who walked away. Ali will want to respond with the bat. Quicker one by Rambaran.
Mental disintegration, as Steve Waugh called it, or sledging, as the Australians have called it. And all of these guys know each other very well. They've played against each other at zonal level, at club level, at school level. So it's not mean-spirited in any way, because, I mean, we've seen them together. They all enjoy each other's company, but the competitive edge is there. Oh, that one going the other way. You could have seen from the angle of the wrist there. That was the other one.
That was the arm ball. Look at it. You see Rambaran coming in, going wide of the crease. And Ali, well, with judgment like that, he could be in the San Fernando Magistrates Court.
Yeah, he should be.
53 for 5 at the moment. A worried look is a dawn on the face of the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, not because of the result, but because that he will have to go home very early today, and he might have some chores in the yard.
As we mentioned, the newly minted Vice President of Cricket West Indies. Congratulations belatedly to
looking very
him, of
sharp
course,
indeed.
as always.
Yes. They tell me he's an Antiguan now.
Barakpur is poorer for it. Muruga is poorer for it, sorry.
Yes, St. Mary's Village in Muruga. And Siwa. Easily played away there by Luke Ali.
Apologies for removing Mr. Bassarat from St. Mary's there, rudely, so early in the morning.
So Bassarat started his career in administration down in the southeast zone. And I remembered the then president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Aloy Leakwai, said that the southeast zone was the best run in the country. And he had invited Mr. Bassarat to come on the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. The rest is history. I think Mr. Leakwai would be proud of him with where he has now reached in terms of his cricket administration. And, you know, the sky's the limit for Bassarat, who seems to be aging backwards.
Benjamin Button?
He's done a good job here and highly respected at Cricket West Indies. You hear the directors speak about him, you know, he's one that carries a lot of weight around. Not as much as Jason Prasad carries on 360.
The authority or the weight?
The weight. Jason is looking very sharp this morning with that new haircut of his. Has been having some early days these days, and I think South wants to ensure that that continues.
Yeah, he has a hairstyle similar to Zachary Siwa.
Zachary Siwa's brother, Kevin Gregg, will be in action tomorrow when 360 brings the broadcast of the Powerjet Intercall, but he would not be in action on the field. He's never been on the field. He's one of our cameramen. So what these two youngsters need to do here, Vince, is just bat time. Just bat overs. There are a number of overs still to go. At this position, if you can still get past 100, probably get up to 150 and look to settle for around 180, you give your bowler something to work with.
Yeah, certainly that would be the case here. Problem for them has been that wickets have fallen regularly. 2 wickets falling with the score on 9, 2 falling with the score on 35. That's been the problem for them, losing wickets in groups.
Yeah, in clusters. Well, I was speaking to Anil Raja, who is a national selector just now, and he was saying that the match should have been delayed because of the situation with the pitch. I think South has fallen to that. When you remove a player of the caliber of Nick Ramlal, you basically remove the glue from your team. Everyone bats around Ramlal.
End of the 15th over there, Vinod. In the last 5 overs, this is what has happened here. South have only gotten 11 runs and they've lost 1 wicket. So it's a very difficult position here. So 11 runs scored by South in the last 30 deliveries, and that's only 5 scoring shots. There were 2 boundaries in there. So that's a measure of how much the North have taken this game by the scruff of the neck. 26 runs off the first 5 overs, 18 off the next 5, and 11 off the next 5.
So North continues to turn the screws, so to speak. Here's Rambaran from the far end. Quicker delivery.
And still it seemed that Ali had so much time to play that. And time is almost not a factor here. Still 35 overs to go here for South to bat out.
And this is what Ali needs to do. He was trying to play that through long off, but again, Rambaran hitting him the arm ball. Rambaran bowls a lot of those arm balls and goes down to long on. But they're able to rotate the strike. And this is what another thing that they need to do here, Vidya, is not only look to stay out there, but look to rotate the strike.
North has had a pretty secure field. This time they have 4 on the offside, inside of the circle. 1 man outside of the circle is down at the long off position. There's also a long on in place, deep mid wicket also.
Quicker delivery.
I think it's South. They haven't been able to really pick up the singles. Yes, there are some spaces in the field. They're hitting the fielders too many times here. It's that time piercing the field.
Full toss there by Rambaran. It continues to be very tight.
But certainly in terms of batsmanship, you'd want to see these batters pick up those singles. It's a recurring decimal in terms of the criticism of West Indies batters all the way up to the top.
And, in recent times, there was a lot of excitement with the arrival on the test scene of Tejaran Chandapal. And he was then able to, around the big batters, just get the single, break it up a bit, And that's so important. And this is why, you know, to underscore your point, that people were so excited about his arrival. You know, normally in the West Indies, you're excited about stroke players. These days, it's so bad that you're excited when you can see a man stay out there.
Yep, so just another one of those metrics that shows how far the West Indies have fallen at the international level.
Well, have you seen the movie 83?
83, yes, and Tejan Ryan was in it. He played Larry Gomes, didn't he?
Well, it's actually playing Larry Gomes in Test cricket as well.
Yeah, he does, yes. Example of art imitating life.
Yes. Driving nicely. Can't beat the field on the offside there. Ali?
Yeah, they had to get a special wig made for him, so he could resemble the 1970s afro of Larry Gomes.
Yes, good old Hillary Angelo Gomes,
and
who actually had a batting philosophy. And if these guys could apply that here now, it'll work fine for them. His philosophy, Vids, was he always went out with a mindset of not to score a run, but to face 200 balls. And when he looked up on the scoreboard, he saw 100 runs by his name.
Yeah. Not that he couldn't turn it on. I mean, he was called Mr. Dependable, Larry Gomes, but when he had to bat quickly, he could do that. He could change, he could go rapidly through the gears.
Well, you will remember 1984 in England, when the West Indies on the final day at Old Trafford, they were chasing 340, I believe. Larry Gomes got 92. They won the game before the final session.
Yeah,
and they started to chase in the morning session.
Well, that's an example of how Larry Gomes was able to carve a niche for himself within a team of great stroke players. Not that he was a slouch in that department, but he was able to carve out a unique niche for himself.
Siwa, slow delivery. So the longer these two stay there, the more confident they will be. Speaking about Larry Gomes, I remember in India, of all places, I was having a discussion there was a function for all the former World Cup winners, the captains of those teams, and Clive Lloyd was there. And there were some acts. And this is struck down the ground. It's going to go bouncing towards the boundary, and they're going to go back for two. Ali just going over the infield there, Luke Ali, as he had no pace to really play with there. And that's two.
Well, for a moment it looked like Ramnath might have been, that's the substitute fielder, Ramnath, who's still on, by the way. He came on about 3 overs ago for Davis, who is still off the field, by the way. So there might be an indication there could be an injury there. Looked like he might have been able to catch that, but it was well beyond his reach.
This is good running. One more. Yeah, back to that story with Clive Lloyd and Larry Gomes. So Clive Lloyd was at the function, and there were different acts leading up to the captains going on to the stage. Harbhajan Singh was there as one of those guys who had a little role to play. And he started to speak in Hindi. And Clive Lloyd turned to me and said, "Let's go and have a coffee. This is not for us at this point, because I'm sure you can't understand what he's saying." So I went with him, and then we started to talk. And he said Larry Gomes, he described him as a classy guy. He said at the end of Larry Gomes' first tour, well, of course, Clive Lloyd was the captain. He said Larry wrote him a nice note that he has up until today at his home in Lancashire, just thanking him for the opportunity and for all the assistance. And he said that showed that Larry Gomes had tremendous class.
On and off the field.
Yep.
Certainly did. 61 for 5 here south. Certainly a Gomes-like innings is what is required at the moment.
One straightening a bit.
Interesting, when Joshua Da Silva got the 100 for West Indies against England last year, he was the first Portuguese man of Portuguese background to score a Test 100 since Larry Gomes.
Wow. Well, I didn't know that Joshua came from a Portuguese background.
Well, De Silva should suggest that, shouldn't it?
Well, then you go to Sri Lanka and you see a lot of De Silvas.
Spelled slightly differently, though.
This eludes the fielder at mid-off, James, and they're going to come back for two, looking for treats, not there. So that's two more. Look, Ali continues here to bat well. This is over number 18.
Yeah, Faree's really yet to get going here. He has 2 off 10, but Ali he's the one trying to turn around the fortunes of South here.
Ali has been in there for quite a while. It's the end of the over. The score 63 for 5. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Whipped away for 4. Siwa, 2 straight, and Ali, Fareez Ali, getting inside the line of that one, whipping it through the vacant square leg region for 4. And Ali is one of those who can bide his time, and he can turn it on when he wants. Let's have a look at that there.
Yeah, full toss also down the leg side. Not easy to put away those full tosses, but Siwa is not the quickest through the air, and he had enough time to just turn it into that vacant position behind square for 4.
I think the key there, Vidya, was the fact that Ali never got excited when he saw the full toss and tried to hit it hard. He just guided it. He's aware that there are only 2 fielders on the onside, one at mid-on and one at a squarish mid-wicket.
He's a confident young man, isn't he, Ali? Well, both Alis are, but just to focus on Fareez, very, very confident and well-spoken. And, you know, his family's always here with him to support him, his father and mom, father and mother here, sisters here.
His sister is his biggest supporter, Raisa. Finally, I've gotten her name right after 167 times.
167. You've been keeping stats, haven't you?
I think she has been keeping.
She has.
Then the other night, I referred to her as Rebecca at my birthday party. Such a sweet little child. She always smiles.
I don't think memory was the problem that day.
Back and trying to crack this through the offside. He picks out cover. But you can see Ali looking to come into his own.
Wonder about the origin of that name. Raisa Gorbachev, the wife of the former Soviet Union leader. Thought I recognized the first name. Yeah. Mikhail Gorbachev's former wife, First Lady of Russia.
Well, Ali's mom, Narissa, and his dad, Faraz, very staunch Muslims. They seem to have some sort of link to Russia.
Maybe they just like the name.
This one rushes on to Ali. Deceptive.
Yeah, he certainly was deceived by the pace of that delivery because he was still getting himself in position to play the shot when the ball hit the bat and back to the bowler. End of the 19th over, 67 for 5.
So Rambaran has 4. So both Alis, they're from Central, unrelated. But there's a bit of a scare at the moment for even Fatima College with Joshua Davis off the pitch.
Yeah.
Davis, of course, being their captain.
Well, in that second semi-final of secondary schools cricket, there were three that he was slipping a lot. Maybe with the conditions, they were pretty wet that day. I'm not sure if he picked up a little bit of an injury there. Rambaran's going to get a fifth over here. Siwa, they've now eaten up 9 overs between themselves. This combination of Zachary Siwa and Andrew Rambaran.
Well, Rambaran lucky to have gotten away with that. It was short and wide. Luke Ali not able to put it away. This time he tosses this one up. Rambaran, who normally bowls at a rapid pace for a spinner, his surprise delivery is the one that he tosses up, which was the last delivery there that he bowled. And then back to regular programming.
Closer to Anil Kumble, than to Harbhajan Singh in terms of pace. Kumble was more like a medium pacer.
Driving in the air, just to the left of James. They're going to come back for 2. James labored after that one. So you spoke about the delivery, the Harbhajan Singh-like delivery, which you saw there, just tossing it up. Ali was ready for the challenge. So Ali goes to 19 so far. South has gotten a top score of 21 from Riyad Mohammed. Are you surprised that Kaleem Mohammed did not get into this North-South team? I know, although you've been out of the country, you've been following the fortunes of the cricket here in Trinidad.
Yeah, a little bit surprised. I mean, with the abundance of talent, it's always difficult to pick 14 of the best players there.
In the air, but safely. A lot of real estate down there. And sliding stop prevents the ball from going into the boundary. They're back for 2. So Luke Ali joins Riyad Mohammed as joint top scorer. It's the end of the over. And at the end of over number 20, it's 71 for 5.
Welcome back. After 20 overs, South are 71 for 5. And they're starting, well, they're hoping to recover here. The last wicket falling at 53. So the partnership just starting to blossom here. And another bowling change, this time from the southern end of the ground. And
it's a man called Masterclass.
Yeah.
Vasant Singh.
Vasant Singh. And he will be coming into bowl from the southern end of the ground. So another bowling change. 5 overs from Siwa at this end. And he kept down the run, Siwa. Didn't look hugely threatening to the batsman at any time. So after bowling those 5 overs of medium pace, it's going to be spin from this end. And I dare say that Rambaran is going to be kept on at the other end.
Yeah, I think he'll continue with him. Vasant Singh, though, is a wicket taker. You know, early on you had mentioned that these guys, they play so much amongst each other, you know, either it's for zone, for school. But there's another aspect of that as well. They also play together in the Premiership on the 90s. Parents come out to support their children. Message me, and the message was, are you interested in the best roti ever? Of course, I answered in the affirmative.
Of course, that goes without saying. So far, not much in the way of turn here for Vasant Singh. Always plays his cricket with a big smile on his face.
Yeah, lovely character, Vasant Singh. But this is well played, and the key there is Ali has allowed it to come on to him.
And the misfield allowing the second run.
Yeah, the north fielding has been a bit ragged, hasn't it?
Well, the sun has started to take its toll here on the youngsters, and they've been playing a lot of cricket. And interesting, what is happened here with this match being pushed from Thursday and Friday to Monday and Tuesday. It's created a little bit of a logjam here early in the week for these players. Driven away, just speeding the fielder again. Another bad bounce, and Rambaran, who had actually injured his finger earlier in the over, just allowing that one to get away from him. He's still favoring that left hand, and the over comes to an end. At the end of 21 overs, South under 19 are 75 for 5.
Yeah, Rambaran, one of the better fielders, not enjoying himself in the outfield, and he's actually coming off the attack now after 5 overs. I think had he not injured his hand, he might have continued. But there's a change at the far end.
There's the scoring card. 21 for Mohammed, 21 for Ali so far. Mohammed is gone though. Ali's still there.
You look at the South scorecard and it resembles a phone number.
At the moment, that will change, of course. And the conditions changing slightly here. It's still very sunny, but now starting to see more and more of the breeze, as you would have seen in the last shot, with the wind coming through the trees. Now the left-arm orthodox bowler from the northern end, and it is Cambridge to bowl from the northern end of the ground.
Abdullah Cambridge.
Oh, he's bowled him, gone straight through him. No, it's LBW. Thought he went through the stumps there, but that one hitting him on the pads, and Cambridge is struck. Second ball here. So the sixth wicket is gone, and South have been dealt another blow here. This one, let's see if this one's sliding on just a little bit. Coming forward to it was Ali and struck him on the pad. And immediately, look at the celebration from North. The partnership has been broken, and the dangerous Fariz Ali is out for 11.
Yeah, that one, unfortunately for Ali, it looked very good. And because when Ali was struck, you were actually seeing the off stump, which meant that he was struck on and about middle stump from Cambridge. Cambridge's first delivery looked pretty innocuous, just outside the off stump, and his second delivery he produces a gem to remove a gem of a batsman in Fariz Ali, and the South continue to struggle here at the National Cricket Centre. The man going out there now is Ronelsta Pereira, man better known as Lal.
I think you'll have to explain that, but Pereira is coming in at the moment.
Yes, I will explain that to you, Vidya. A couple of years ago, when Trinidad and Tobago under 15 team was playing in the regional tournament, I was at the Guardian at the time covering the series, and every time I wrote an article about him, I spelled his first name Ronelsta wrongly. And his mom would meet me every time, and she'll give me the correct spelling, and then I will go back and spell it wrong again. So it continued for a while, and then I grew fed up, and I told her, I said, listen, why you didn't give the boy an easy name like Lal? And the name actually stuck on him during that tour to Jamaica.
He still talks to you, though.
Yes, of course.
Well, that's the important part.
Really, really nice guy. Left-arm orthodox spinner who can handle himself with the bat. Had a number of innings this season that...
Ooh, some turn there.
Generous, dude. I think with a turn like that, he can make ice cream.
Very different left-arm orthodox bowler from Rambaran. And I think one of the precipitating factors for Rambaran coming off could have been that finger injury he had. Another appeal here. This one going down the leg side, but certainly very different from Rambaran. Rambaran stays upright as he delivers.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that with Cambridge bowling, he just sort of gets a little bit lower, as you can see here.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get underneath those deliveries to play the big shots.
End of the over at the end of 22. South in all sorts of trouble. 76 for 6 here after their 22 overs. Mohammed on 21, he's gone. Luke Alley on 21, not out. He is still there. And they're facing spin at both ends. The left-arm orthodox bowling of Cambridge at the northern end and the leg spin of Vasant Singh at the other end. Certainly Singh was in the reckoning for the West Indies under-19 team last year that played at the World Cup. And you can see why that he is highly thought of. So the pressure increases here on Luke Alley, who has batted well, but he's running out of partners here. Number 8 in with him at this time. North firmly in control here. The 8 ball has rolled well and truly in front of the South team.
Yeah, I think Coach Anil Lakan will be telling them that they just need to stay out there. Ali has shown that. He stayed out there and, you know, it's getting easier and easier for him. Driving.
Well, he looked to really play that one through the onside. That one went through the offside instead. Not where he intended, but a little bit of spin here on offer for Vasant Singh.
Well, Pereira has been good with the bat for the Premiership on the 19 team, coming in at 9 and 10. And, you know, he has gotten runs this season with the Premiership on the 19 team. I remember him having 3 last wicket partnerships that really pushed his team further along. They got famous victories against Yorkshire Cricket Club, which was very good for them. They also defeated Endeavour Sports Club as well. They finished 4th, and they were playing against big men.
Yeah, that's a real feather in their cap, I'm sure. 77 for 6 here, Singh. Big smile as he does his work. There's a fielder out there. Will he get across to it? Just away from him. And they get one. He thought he was in with a chance to take the catch, but it was a difficult one because he had to turn and just look over your shoulder as it's coming towards you. Always difficult to get up to those, because you really can't run full pelt with your head turned backwards like that.
Some guys find it difficult to run with their head pointed forward. So you can imagine, Vidya.
Another good delivery here. Not sure why you're looking at Jason Prasad as you say that.
So
it's been an absence of partnerships here for South all the way through. The best partnership has been the opening partnership, which was 26. Actually 9, sorry. Correction, that 26 runs scored in the first 5 overs. The best partnership so far has been the 3rd wicket, which was in fact 26 runs. So I was correct. It was 26th.
end of the over. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Yeah, certainly the place to visit if you want your supplies, and I'm sure Vinod Mamchand's going to head up there to get some supplies later on. Cambridge to continue here, and he continues to get generous turn. He's just found that ideal speed to get the ball in, that he's extracting maximum turn here at the northern end.
Struck on the pad. Again.
Height might have been the problem there. Let's take a look at this one, Vinod.
It's difficult for us to adjudicate on it. Probably need to have the other camera up on the other side at some point in time.
It's been good so far. Cambridge he had a wicket off his second delivery and has already started to worry the batsman with the amount of turn that he's getting here from bowling from the northern end. And getting the ball to drift in slightly. That one's driven away pleasantly. They should get 2 here, and they get 2 pretty easily. James does the fielding in the outfield. And bowling here at the National Cricket Centre it's a very open eastern side of the ground. So you're always going to get that ball to move in the air if you toss it up there at a certain pace.
Well, there's a famous wall to the right of us. And
end of the over, by the way. 24 was gone at the end of it. 80 for 6.
I'm sure the video knows the story behind that
yes,
wall.
Yes, I was there, actually.
Right.
I was there.
So, for the benefit of viewers, there's this wall around the National Cricket Centre. It separates the highway from the NCC. And it was built under the tenure of Derek Murray, a former president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And once, at a press conference, a local journalist, in his wisdom, asked Mr. Murray, he said that there's a wall, you built a wall, and it's just standing there. Obviously, the journalist didn't finish what he was trying to ask, which was that the intention of that wall was to really sell advertising spots. So he told Mr. Murray, he said, you just built a wall and it's standing there. And Derek Murray, in his very diplomatic demeanor, responded beautifully. He said, I'm glad it's standing there. The problem will come if it moves. I think that brought the house down.
It did. In fact, my house is on the floor because I was there and sitting next to the poor journalist. He never said a word for the remainder of the press conference.
I was told he never said a word for the remainder of his career. That's the wall.
Yeah, there it is.
That we're speaking about.
Eastern side of the ground, just close to the Solomon Hochoy Highway. I know it's called the Solomon Hochoy Highway, but we should really honor the man because he was Sir Solomon Hochoy.
Yes.
Last Governor General of Trinidad and Tobago. And I guess he has aspirations of public office too, Vasan Singh. Oh, that one surprised him. Some turn there. He is extracting some turn now. Well into his work now, Vasan Singh. Can turn it both ways. That one, the leg break. And look at the smile on his face. Certainly batsmen hate that when the bowler is enjoying himself.
Yes. Works very hard at his game, Vasan Singh.
Another sharp bit of turn. Maybe not the best line delivery, but he is extracting turn. And you want your leg, your wrist spinner to get as much out of the pitch and really unsettle the batters, which he has done.
But Pereira has shown this season that he has a lot of patience.
I think he's enjoying the battle also, Pereira. Smile on his face and having a word with Ramdu, the wicketkeeper. Over has come to an end here. At the end of 25, the South Under-19 team, they are 81 for 6. And Luke Alley now the top scorer of the innings with 23.
So you can see that wall in the background that we were speaking about. It's on the western side of the Sir Solomon Hochoy Highway.
Yes, that's right. Eastern side of the ground here. And those pylons that you see there, they were added afterwards. The ground now hosting night cricket. It can host night cricket and has, and will, in fact, in a couple of weeks, wouldn't it?
Yes, the T20 festival. I'm told, though, that it'll be played at the Brian Lara
Cricket Academy.
Yeah, I was told by the president as ambassador at yesterday. So Ramphal might have to be making a further trek south.
On the pad again. Simon Arun says that's out. Yes. He shook the head to confirm that Abdullah Cambridge has a second wicket here, and South are sliding further and further into the mire. 81 for 7.
Let's have a close look at this one. He's standing way outside his leg stump. He's coming into his wicket now. Yeah, I think he's a goner. Good decision there by umpire Arun. And the score is now 81 for 7.
So the top scorer for South gone now, and Cambridge, who has turned it a mile here from outside the off stump, has taken another wicket. Look at his figures, 2 for 2 off 2.2 overs, and I know a few playway punters might be taking something from that, taking rake, as they say, from that.
Yes.
81 for 7 here, South, in all sorts of trouble. We might have an early day here again unless South can do something remarkable. And this man, Chase, is that Chase who's going out there?
Yes, Ricardo Chase. He can delay the inevitable here. I tell you, he has been getting some runs for the Premiership under 19. He has gotten some cameos to Presentation College as well. Better known, of course, for his bowling. But he'll have to partner with Pereira here and look to push South to a score that they can bowl at.
Luke Alley, the last of the recognized batters here for South. He came in at number 6, LBW for 23. So it's up to the lower order batters. I know nobody likes to be called tail-enders here. The lower order batters will have to do the job for South. At least they would want to get over that psychological barrier of 100.
Yeah, get past 100, and then, you know, what they need to do at this point in time is to set themselves small targets. Forget what has gone before. Look to get up to 100. Then you look to get up to, let's say, 125, and don't look too far ahead.
But they have a formidable opponent here in Abdullah Cambridge. He's been spot on so far, getting a lot of turn, and that perhaps contributing to the LBW decision. Luke Alley trying to get in behind it, playing down the wrong line, out LBW. Flicked away, and he's dropped it, has he? He's taken it on the second attempt. What a catch by Juman. Seemed to have dropped it, just knocked it up into the air and took it the second time. No, the circus is not in town. Juman has taken it, and that is a third wicket for Cambridge, and South have lost number 8.
Yeah, Jesus getting across his thumbs, looking to play it on the onside, and so many of the Southern, excellent catch there in the end by Juman. So many of the Southern batsmen have fallen prey to the delivery angle into them, looking to play it through the onside. Again, the onside is not very populated, and they're falling. Now, 8 down, Liam Mamchan goes in there. Mamchan and Pereira has been having good partnerships in the back end for the Premiership under 19 team. I think they had a 51, they had a 40-odd, they had a 30-odd, and they'll be looking to, again, do similar things.
Well, they certainly will be hoping. 50 partnership would be big here for South. It would certainly push them past the 100 and then closer to the 150. 150 might be no cakewalk here for Pereira. Liam Mamchan having a great season with the ball. Let's see what he can do with the bat here. The left-hander out of South Trinidad.
A Premier College student, your alma mater.
That's right.
I know you're a very proud Naps boy, Vince.
As we all are.
Yep, the school that produced players like David Mohammed. You would have spent some time with him on Saturday night. Also David Williams. Now Mamchan has been having his issues against the spinners. He's gotten stumped on 3 occasions in his last 4 innings. So he'll be very wary about that.
I'm sure his coach has had a word with him and 1 or 2 others. 81 for 8 here. Well, he's gotten a nice juicy full toss, which has gone down the leg side, and that's gone for 4. The fielder got in behind it, but off his knees and rolling across there. James not able to get enough of his body behind it. And that's a welcome boundary here for South.
That's a good shot there by Mamchan. Again, knowing exactly where the fielders are and he was able to get that away. Not getting too excited with the full toss.
So Liam Mamchand off with a boundary here. South continuing to struggle here, 85 for 8. So they need to get over that 100 mark to start off with first.
Yeah, with these two, they're very familiar with each other. They tend to partner each other well, so they'll be hoping to do a similar thing here. A couple of years ago, they partnered for the bowling attack against Barbados in the opening match of the under 15 tournament in Jamaica. Pereira bowled 6 overs, 5 maidens, none for 1, and Mamchan bowled 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 10. Barbados, after 12 overs, they were 13 for 1, and that included Jacob Bettel.
That's right. And one running away down for 4, behind square on the offside. That peeling off the edge and flying away down to the boundary for 4. And that is the first boundary here for Pereira. And backward point was just running to retrieve that. That was 4 all the way.
Yeah, Pereira looked in control there. Now Singh is getting the ball to turn away from the right-handers very viciously, of course aided by that strong wind coming from just over the wall. South will be looking to get at least 100 here.
Well, it started to go well already. 2 boundaries picked up by these two to start off here already. So 100 very much in their sights so far. Projected score is 170, and that's only based on run rate, not on the resources of wickets, because it's just a couple of wickets here for North to bowl out South in this North-South Classic.
Easy single on the offside. As I said before, both these guys, they have a very good understanding, and you will see it coming to the fore.
Yeah, no fuss really. They just looked up at each other, and I'm not sure, we can't hear the calling from here, but they went through very easily and got that one, that single. So 90 for 8 now South, and they've lost wickets in groups all the way through this innings, and wicket number 7 and 8 falling on the same score. So that's the 3rd time we've seen that in the innings here. The first 2 wickets going down on the score on 9, the next 2 on 35, and now 2 wickets for 81. That's been the big problem for South today.
Well, Mamchan has to be careful here. Going on to that back foot. Leg slip is in position. This is good captaincy here. Rambaran is there. Remember, Singh is getting the ball to turn viciously into the left-hander and away from the right-hander. Singh, of course, has the googly, as you intimated earlier.
Oh, that's driven nicely. Should get at least a couple here. They will go back for the second. No. Well, they decided wisely not to go for it because the fielder was across it very quickly. And remember, it is Orlando James who has taken over the reins of the team with Joshua Davis off the field at the moment.
Surprised I haven't seen him with the ball, but the spinners have been doing the job. That's Orlando James.
So encouraging signs here for South with these two coming together. Of course, still a long way to go. They have 23 overs and a ball still to face here. So a lot of overs to go, and it's a real crime, cricket-wise, to not bat out your 50 overs in this format.
Yeah, these days you find some players, some teams not even batting out a 10-over game. Well, if that's a crime, not a bat over 50, what will be not batting out a 10-over game, Vitz?
That's death penalty stuff. Capital punishment. Yeah,
end of the over.
End of 27, 91 for 8. And there's the scorecard for South, 21 for Riyad Mohammed, who really looked good at the start, but as it has been throughout the season, just seemed to get himself out at the wrong time. 23 also for Luke Ali. And that's the main reason why South are 91 for 8 here. Pereira, couple of boundaries. He's on 8. Mamchan will face up now. He has a boundary already. Nice juicy full toss in the last over from Cambridge. Cambridge's figures, look at that. 3 for 6 off his 3 overs. He's really enjoying his work here today. He's getting the ball to turn it away sharply from the right-handers. This will be coming into Mamchan. Another full toss. And this is not what we saw from him against the right-handers. Seems to be quite more comfortable bowling against the right-handers. Struggling to adjust his lines and lengths here to the left-handed batsman. Mamchan wearing the number 23, a number made famous by the great Chicago Bulls basketball player, Michael Jordan. Still considered as the greatest basketball player in the history of the NBA. And perhaps world basketball, if you want to put it that way too. Faster one. That was good bowling from Cambridge. Just mixing up his pace here a little bit. Mamchan looking to force that through the leg side, but had to come down on it quickly. Of course, modern NBA fans would say that the other James in the picture, LeBron James, is the greatest. Another appeal here for LBW. And for a moment there, I thought Simon Arun had shook his head in the affirmative, but he's turned down the appeal. That one certainly looking like it was going down the leg side. No suggestion that that one hit the bat at all. That one clearly coming off pad alone. So Cambridge looking quite a lot more comfortable bowling against the right-handers, and he has one now in Pereira. 8 he has of 21 deliveries. Slip on a gully in place now. Yeah, beating Pereira outside the off stump. And Cambridge, what have you thought of his work so far?
Yes, Cambridge has been very good, and you know, as we were analyzing early on, he comes from a very low trajectory, and he's looking to dart the ball into the leg stump. He has gotten 2 wickets like that already. But look at Pereira using his long reach to good effect. And I think both Pereira and Mamchan can probably do that. As I said before, Vince, they have had 3 longish partnership in the under-19 premiership, both of them. So there's that understanding, and it's coming to the fore here again. At least you're seeing some sort of fight here now. At least they're starting.
Yeah, the advice, well, the South coach, Anil Lakan, sure he's been imploring the batters going out to stay out there as long as possible.
Yeah.
Still a lot of overs to go, 22 overs still to go.
Yeah, a number of overs, as you said. I think Anil Lakan will be telling his players, sink your teeth into that.
It is an appetizing proposition here. Batting here at the National Cricket Centre, which many batters have reaped a lot of runs over the years.
So it's going to be the band called Masterclass.
Looking to sweep that one down the leg side. And,
bold.
well, yeah, it's gone around his legs here. So maybe just getting inside the line of the delivery, and that one pitching outside of the leg stump and coming on. Let's see it here. Did he get in that one? Yeah, he just seemed to play across the line of it. A bit too full, and it's come off these stumps. You can see the bails dropping there. That is 9 wickets down. So the dreams of a lengthy partnership between Mamchan and Pereira have come to an end here. Mamchan has been bowled by Singh for 5.
Yeah, you can see, I think initially what he should have done there with Vasant Singh giving that one generous flight, he should have left home, looked to chip down and play the shot. He went across too far, looking to sweep it. He had just swept him for 4. In fact, Cambridge had swept for 4. And he again was looking to repeat the shot, and he has to leave. So it's a 92 for 9. And South under 19 really up against it here. I don't think you'll ever hear the end of this video from Ian Wason.
Yes, our colleague Ian Wason has been campaigning virtually. He's been on the hustings, it seems, almost campaigning for North to win this one.
Yeah, and he started off by saying once North could dismiss Andrew Rambaran, they will win. He just didn't know the team. But he was supporting North.
He's a diehard supporter, isn't he, Ian Wason? So 92 for 9 here, and North on the verge here of knocking over South for a total under 100, and will give them perhaps one hand on the trophy already. And South winning the under-17 championship yesterday. That was in a one-sided affair, it has to be said.
Not looking to take revenge here. But, you know, Vids, you made the point early on. There has been a lot of talk about the pitch being wet on one side early on this morning. But you made the point that these guys, they would always have different conditions.
Yeah.
You're never presented with the perfect opportunity all the time or the perfect conditions. What about if you're playing in England? So, you know, it's good. It's probably good that they're getting the experience now to play on different surfaces, because when you go in the region and you go to St. Vincent to play, you don't know what you'll be presented with.
It's one of the famous things about the West Indies, playing in the West Indies. Different conditions in different parts of the region. Tossing it up here, saying that they will get one. That's all there will be. So Sankar, the new batter, he's out. He's off the mark. We'll bring Pereira back on. And certainly the conditions very difficult. The pace at Kensington Oval. At one time you'd have that glassy surface at Sabina Park, Jamaica. Then in Trinidad and Guyana, slower conditions.
But in recent times, in recent years, the Oval has assisted the fast bowler. The pitch at the Oval has given the fast bowler something. And I think the Oval pitch is a really good one now. There is something for everyone. The fast bowlers at the beginning, the spinners coming into their own towards the back end. And in between that, the batsmen are able to prosper as well. So I think the Oval pitch is really a good one. The pitch at Brian Lara has been relayed, and what you would see now, Vids, from the last time you would have been here for regional cricket, it has improved.
Certainly has. No run on this occasion here for South. And Vasant Singh getting a wicket earlier in the over. Yeah, the National Cricket Centre has always been a venue where a lot of runs are scored. I remember Dwayne Bravo scoring a big 100 here. There was a game, West Indies B, in fact. There were 2 double hundreds in that game, if I remember correctly. One of them to Anil Kanhai. Yes, a lot of runs scored here over the years.
Raheem Cornwall got a double 100 here.
And I actually saw 2 of the hundreds that he scored here. One against Trinidad and Tobago in a first-class game where he hit what turned out to be the last ball of the match for 6 to end up on 100 not out. Good delivery to end off the over. After 29 overs, South on 95 for 9. Cambridge to continue how we'd love to get another wicket here, and he's already had 3 wickets in the innings, and he'd love to pick up a 4th here and end it off for North. Swept away. That should be 4. That's 1 bounce, and the field has been well dried over the last couple of days with the sunshine, so 1 bounce of that really flies away for a boundary, and that portion of the field, I think the angle of the slope is a little bit more than other parts of the field. So once it gets there, there's no pulling that back. Nice looking sweep shot there by Pereira. And Pereira 13 of 26 deliveries. He's been the lone bright spark in the lower order here for South. Doesn't get 1 this time because Singh is out there. Actually, that's Emrit to do the fielding. Projected score continuing to read 168, but that will be a minor miracle. If these 2 batters can get them to 168, they might be beatified after this. That's driven away and through the fielder. It's not going to go for 4 here. It might slow up just inside. Good bit of fielding there by James. Pulling that back at the end. And there is Singh to do the fielding. It sends in a powerful return to the keeper. Ramdu asked him, did you really need to throw it that hard? Did well. And the 100 is up for South. So the first of these psychological barriers here. The real test here is for Sankar to stay with Pereira. Pereira's picking up the runs readily.
Well, Sankar has been batting high up the order at times for Central in the interzone. So
Well, it seems that he's taking a leg stump guard here for the... Well, he's taking a leg stump and a middle stump guard. Some of them like to bat in between that. One of the most unusual requests I heard for a guard was leg, middle and leg tending towards leg.
middle and leg tending towards leg. Well, I would not have liked to have been the umpire. I would have given him an off-stump guard.
Full toss. And once again here to the left-hander, there could be a chance at a run out at the batting end. Again, Cambridge is serving up full tosses to the left-hander. He's been quite astute towards the right-handers, but he just can't seem to get it right when the left-handers are on.
Yeah, he struggled against the left-handers, but he's returned 3 for 14. So you can't really say he struggled today, can't you?
No, you can't. Relative. It's all relative out there.
Yep.
Yeah, he served up maybe about 4 full tosses as the over comes to an end here. After 30 overs, South are 103 for 9.
So driving nicely there, Sankar gets one more. So depending on the lower order batsmen to give them something to bowl at.
This has been the best, the 5-over sequence here for South. 22 runs. They did lose 3 wickets, but they picked up 22 runs. They haven't gotten more than 22 since the first 5 overs, where they got 26.
Edged. I don't think Pereira realized that it had gone between the keeper and first slip down to the boundary for 4. In fact, it's byes. So Singh beating everyone there.
In fact, the batter just shook his head as if to suggest that was just too good for me. It's too good for everyone. Ramdu didn't see that coming at all. Went between the keeper and Rambaran at first slip. And Ramdu's asking Rambaran, why didn't you pick that one up? Yeah, he didn't move to cover the line. I think he didn't read it at all coming out of the hands there of Singh.
Intelligent batting here from Pereira. So Pereira showing the value of playing each ball on its merit.
Certainly has. However, Sankar, 3 of 6 so far. He is the man under pressure at the moment. Has to hold up one end because Pereira is scoring the runs at the other.
South will take it anyhow they get it. By Raj Kumar, signaling wide. I've noticed that nearly every time that Vasant tries to bowl the googly, he bowls it wide. Oh, that one came back sharply. Look at Sankar I think Sanka might not enjoy it now, but he'll have in the back of his head that when his time comes to bowl, he will be able to prosper as well. He got 6 wickets in the 4-team cup in the final, Sanka.
Peeling off the edge that time.
Yep. So it's 110 for 9. It's pretty hot out there. Not that hot in here.
Well, the heat is on South at the moment, isn't it?
South skipper Anil Lakan. I don't think he'll be a happy camper at this point in time. I think looking at his team bat today has been something like pulling out teeth. This is pulled away down behind square for 4. They'll take that 4, Vidya.
Yeah, it was a juicy full toss, wasn't it? Down the leg side. And he put it away well. That'll do his confidence no end of good. And, yeah, just down the leg side. Not a lot of 4 balls from Singh today. He's been good, but that one was perhaps the worst ball he's bowled so far.
Yep. So they'll take it anyhow they can get it here. So 114 for 9. Juman, the best of the lot, 3 for 27. Cambridge, 3 for 14. James, 1 for 21. Vasant Singh has also taken a wicket. Rambaran has one as well. Rambaran has been very, very good with the ball here. 5 overs, 1 for 13.
And back on the attack.
Whipped away nicely. Runs here. They take 1. And a nice tumbling save down behind square. So these two have gotten the scoreboard rolling again.
And the main reason has been Pereira. Sanka has been no slouch. 7 of 9 deliveries so far. And when the bad ball is there, he's put it away so far. But Rambaran is a different proposition. He's not going to give away much.
Well played. Well played by Sanka.
Certainly, if they are to be dismissed right now, South, you would back North to be the one to go on to win this. It's not a huge total by any means.
So it eludes Sanka and Ramdu.
Maybe playing that one down just past the off stump. Ramdu, don't think he saw where that one passed.
Short, pulled away by Sanka. He's in trouble here. And James takes the catch. It's the end of the innings. And South folds for 115.
Yeah, it was one. He went after that one. Maybe just pulled it down, but certainly not short enough for the pull shot. And he knew he was in trouble immediately. And there's James coming across and taking a nice catch. And that is the end of the South innings. 115 all out in 31.3 overs. So North will chase 116 for victory here. A very good performance by North. And bear in mind that their captain went off halfway through the innings. And he and obviously his vice captain Orlando James singing from the same hymn book. And they were able for 115.
Yeah, wonderful effort there by the Northerners. Their coach Gregory Davis will be very happy with that performance. And at the moment, as Vidya said, one North has a hand and half of another on the trophy at this point in time. We take a short break just after Vids runs through the scorecard.
Yeah, there's the South scorecard. Certainly not a lot to write home about. 23 for Ali, 21 for Mohammed, 18 not out for Pereira. And there's the scene, a desolate scene there with the fire that has raised through the bamboo patch at the back. And certainly it's been the fire that has raised through the South batting has really been the twin effort here of Juman and Cambridge, who picked up 3 wickets apiece. And as the umpires come off the field here, there's the bowling figures. 3 for 27 for Juman in his 5 overs, 3 for 14 for Cambridge, and they have cleaned up South here for 115. North, 116 to chase Well, it's never going to be easy.
Yep, it's not going to be easy, and just give us a few minutes because South will start their response. North will begin their response before lunch. Well, welcome back as North will be in pursuit of 114, and the South, they would need early wickets, and they're going to open the bowling with Liam Mamchan from the southern end. In the four-team competition, he was bowling to his dear friend Kyle Ramdu, who is opening the batting, and he bowled him behind his legs very first ball. How would he like to do that now? As I say, very good afternoon to Vidya Ramphal. Is it still morning, Vids?
It is still morning, I believe.
my.
Is it? Let's just make a check on
Just
that.
after 12.
Just after 12. So you are correct as always, Mr. Mamchan. And yeah, it is going to be North really our favourite to. It's their title to win right now, with a small target of 114. But as we have seen at all levels of cricket, small targets are always going to be tricky because you're sometimes caught within approaches, and you know, always the best approach: start on the front foot and get into the work very quickly here.
So here's Mamchan with the first ball. It's into Ramdu behind his legs again, and Ramdu gets it away down to a long leg. Let's wait on the umpire. Did he get bat onto that? Yes, it seems as if he got bat onto that, so they're off and running.
Yeah, its initial movement for that ball that is pitching on the line of the leg stump is to get inside his stumps. Now you can see here. Now he's seeing the line of it already. He moves in, and yeah, just getting something on it. That one was homing in on the leg stump here. That may have clipped the outside of the leg stump, but I mean, there's no suggestion, of course, of LBW. But I'm sure that Liam has noticed that, and he's decided, well, let me try it again.
Yep, if it works once, who knows? It might just work again. Again, down the leg side, and it's signaled wide. So Mamchan will want to get away from that situation.
Well, I see he has number 23 on his back. Is he a Michael Jordan fan?
I think he's a LeBron James fan.
LeBron James fan.
Yes.
Who is a Michael Jordan fan, by the way?
Yes. LA Lakers, I think they're up tonight, aren't
Yes,
they?
yes, they are.
Yes.
They did get through the Grizzlies, and LeBron James seemed to be quoting Basdeo Pandey when he said, "If you see me fighting with a Grizzly, be sorry for the Grizzly."
That's the attitude. Here's Mamchan in, and just back off a length. Pushed away on the offside there by Kavir Budu Singh, the man from the east.
The beast from the east, is he?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the LA Lakers, of course, have supported the team since the 80s. I was very fortunate recently to visit what is now the Crypto Center, is it?
Crypto Center.
Yes, it was a Staples before.
Staples,
I've been
that's
there
right.
when it was a Staples. And it's really a lovely arena. Again, so Mamchan has now settled into a line where he's looking to angle the ball across the left-hander. South needs early wickets here.
Yeah, they certainly do. If North get off to a good start here, it's going to be good night very quickly, because it really will sap away at the South and their strength. Now, the advantage to South here, if there is any advantage, is that they do have a short window which they can go full out here at North, full tilt, and try to pick up some wickets, then have lunch, refresh yourselves, and come back and do it again.
Bit too straight. They take one, and they're looking to go back for two easily. They go back, so the score moves on now by 2. It's 4 without loss. Leg byes signaled by umpire Raj Kumar, and South, of course, need to get that early breakthrough.
The important thing for South, and I'm sure that their management team would have spoken to their players, is to not give up, is to go out there and give it your all, especially in this session here. This session will determine the way this game goes. Really, North in the ascendancy, they are the ones that should go on to win this one. But if South can get it right here, pick up 2 or 3 wickets in this small session, could be very interesting after lunch.
Pushed away. So we're in over number 1 at the moment. And it's 4 without loss. You made the point that they can go flat out for a short period. They have about 45 minutes again before lunch is taken. And I'm sure that the bowlers didn't think that they would be operating around this time.
They were hoping they weren't.
In the midday heat. That's the situation.
Yeah, well, when you're 18 years old, do you really get tired, do you?
Only when your parents ask you to do chores.
Yeah, that's the only time.
It's a good delivery there by Mamchan, right on spot. So he settled down, normally an economical bowler. Given the new ball here because he swings it. End of the over, 4 without loss.
Good start here by North, picking up 4 runs in the first over. They need to score 2.28 per over to go on to win this one. So that's not going to trouble them at all. It is their trophy to take here at the moment. Some of the parents are enjoying themselves. Yes, not sure if they are from the North, though.
Well, that's Mrs. Ali in front, and that is Mrs. Mohammed next to her. And that's Masterclass's mom to your right.
So, a mix of spectators.
Yes, and all these parents, they've become good friends because of the fact that weekend after weekend their kids play together. And now you find it, the parents at that age group, the parents will normally go out with them just to support them.
And Faris Ali, his parents, as we mentioned here, and his sister, I believe, also here. I think I saw in the crowd. And he is into ball at the moment. And he would want to give his team the best possible start here, pick up a couple of wickets. And they really have to take a page out of the out of the book of the North team. And the way they bowled and approached their bowling, the lines and the lengths that they would have bowled earlier, if they are to prize out a few of these wickets here for the South team.
Yeah. So it's going to be Ali from the fire. And surprisingly, though, Jason Agard hasn't been given the new ball to partner Mamchan. Normally, they bowl in tandem. So I think what they're probably asking Ali here to do is to go flat out. Because he's the quickest of the lot here. They're probably asking him to go flat out, see if he can disturb Ramdu, but then that could work both ways. Ramdu is across nicely. And just some scores coming to hand, Vids. On Cricket 360, we keep you up to date with all your cricket. And it's a under 14 schools match presentation against Asja. And the presentation batting first 232 for 4 with Ethan Ramcharan 95. Preston Ramnath 36, Bradley Jagannath 28 not out, Riyad Ali Khan 17, Asha 118 for 3, Cheyenne Ramtahal, he had 1 for 7, Samir Das 1 for 2, Aidan Owen had 1 for 14. So Prayers won the game. And a word on young Ethan Ramcharan, he has really been batting well this season. The young man early on missed out on a century, and again today missing out on another one. So we want to encourage him to continue playing well. He has a lot of talent, and I think he has very far to go. So Presentation College, their cricket seems to be in good hands.
Nicely played by Ramdu. Will pick up, should pick up 2 here. Ball going 3/4 way to the boundary.
Ramdu just leaning onto that one. Good talent, Kyle Ramdu.
He certainly is, and certainly we've known about him for also an excellent fielder. We saw him with the gloves today, but I remember in an under 15 tournament that he won the best fielder, one of the some years back. Certainly he wasn't quite as tall as he is now. He's maybe about 6 foot, 6'1" or so.
Yep, I think a serious injury after a couple of rounds, and a protest that was brought forward by St. Mary's College. They wanted on a technicality where I think he was not registered on time, but he's a schoolboy. You don't want to deny a school kid the opportunity of not playing cricket. And I used to look at him show up to the Naparima College game, and he will go and sit on the banks and just look totally dejected. Why would you do that to a young man? What's the objective here, Vidya? Sometimes I feel, oh, lovely shot through the offside, and that had class written all over it. 4 runs to Ramdu.
Certainly did. He hit that very well through the cover region for 4. And certainly not the start that South would have wanted here. No sign that the batsmen are in any sort of trouble at all there. And certainly those early conditions that South would have faced perhaps has decided this game already. But currently they're going along at 6.6 and over here. It certainly looks much easier to bat on this National Cricket Centre pitch.
Yeah, but Ali's bowling from the side where he can get some assistance. But again, that assistance has probably evaporated literally because of the moisture early on. So Ali has to be careful with his line more than anything else here. Here he is. The young man will be looking to fight back.
Yeah, loud call of weight there. Certainly these two, Budu Singh and Ramdu, have started well. And South looking a little ragged there. Overthrown at the moment, and the fielder having to do a quick cleanup there. Sankar.
Well, it's difficult to motivate young boys when that is just as a very small target.
It is, and that's down to the coaching and the management structure. That's where they have to get into the heads of them. Of course, it's difficult. These sides are thrown together. The sides were put together last week. So you just have a couple of days to really work with them. And to gel a team in that short time is difficult.
Well bowled by Ali, just back of a length. And Ramdu, thinking he could have gone deeper into his crease to flash that through the offside. And it's the end of the over. And at the end of over number 2, it's 11 without loss.
Yeah, 11 without loss so far. Ramdu on 7, and Budu Singh yet to score. But in the first innings, South coming out, many suggested that the game should have been delayed. There was a bit, the southern part of the pitch was very soft, and there was the feeling that the ball would pop on a couple of the batsmen. It did, and South found themselves in trouble at 9 for 2. Never recovered. Lost wickets in groups and clusters all the way through. They subsided for 113 in 31.4 overs. They are Mamchan trying to repair the damage here.
South looking to get that breakthrough. But Budu Singh is one of those batsmen who is very difficult to dislodge. He's had a pretty good season as well, playing for the zone. Again, Mam just angling it across him. Well fielded by Agard.
Yeah, just playing slightly away from his body there, Budu Singh, and Mamchan would certainly be encouraged by that. His feet and a bat, huge gap between them. That rising delivery. They need wickets here, South. They need them quickly. But looking at the body language of the South fielders, and you can see they're deflated at the moment. You're not seeing that bounce that perhaps you would see from these individual players. And team management really has to get into their heads at this moment and try to lift them. To get them back playing as a team here. Good, of course, that they do have 2 slips to start off immediately.
Again, right on spot. So far, 3 deliveries going in the over. No run just yet, but Mamchan will want that breakthrough.
Certainly, Budu Singh, as you mentioned, he is one of 8 deliveries, so Mamchan will want to keep him there, attack the stumps, keep him there, and hope to get some sort of a mistake. They have to build some pressure here, South. There's very little of that so far.
Short delivery. It's looking to get him to play the hook shot. Probably Ramdu might, but not Budu Singh. He's not going to play that shot just yet. Faris Ali has been sent right back on a deep backward square boundary, waiting for that miscued hook. Mamchan trying to get the NCC to respond here.
Well, it responded, but maybe, well, Budu Singh is not the tallest of batsmen. He wouldn't look out of place aboard a thoroughbred at Santa Rosa Park, but he didn't go for it, didn't go for that one at all.
So Budu Singh can't get it away just yet. Amchan has represented South since the under 13 days.
He's having a little word with Ramdu here, perhaps reminding him of that. I got you out the last couple of times, so I want you back up at that end.
They're very close friends, Kyle Ramdu and Mamchan, both Naprima College students. Again, right on spot.
Of course, fans will be asking, well, how come he's playing for North then?
Well, he goes to school in South. End of the over. At the end of over number 3, it's 11 without loss. So it's going to be Ali from the far end. Ali, another Naprima College student. So a lot of Naprima College players out there. Kyle Narad Kisunat, also the wicketkeeper and captain of this team, Naps boy. Ramdu comes forward, has this characteristic of raising that back leg.
Yeah,
just to emphasize to the bowler.
And one of the many photographers around, I'm sure you recognize her.
Yes, 360 Studios. So it's Ramdu. Comes forward. Better line here by Ali.
It really is about building pressure at the moment here for South. There's no scoreboard pressure to rely on. That's the problem here for South.
Well, there's no scoreboard.
The scoreboard is tilted decidedly towards North at the moment. So they have to build pressure here. They have to create, not only with their bowling, but perhaps with the close-in fieldsmen, getting into the air of these two batters to create that pressure. Do something.
That's well bowled by Ali. Good heat, so to speak. One to Ramdu. Ramdu's a tall man. A delivery like that to Budu Singh might have created a little more problems because of his height. But Budu Singh gives you this idea of stability and calmness with his batting. Unfussed. Takes his time about his business.
Taking a mid-stump guard at the moment. And middle and leg. So perhaps middle and leg tending towards leg.
I like that. You think that was the batting stance as Bassarat used to take back in the day? Well, you know he was a top umpire. So I wonder if he ever got that request. Driving in the air, just out of the reach of Agard, and it's running away down to backward point. Can't fault Agard. He gave 150% effort there. I think we'll have to find out from Azim Bassarat if any player ever asks him that he wants a middle, what is it, Vids?
Middle and leg tending towards leg.
A middle and leg tending towards leg.
There was the replay of the chance there by Budu Singh, driving uppishly, and Agard straining with every sinew of his body there, and just couldn't get across to it.
Yeah, we'll get that from Agard. Ali. That's well bowled. Zeroing on the stumps.
So a big game going on in the IPL today. Delhi Capitals are restricted to 130 for 8.
Coach
And the
Anil.
Titans, yes, Anil Lakan, I'm sure he'll check out that score in the IPL. The Gujarat Titans, 32 for 4. In all sorts of trouble. They need 8 balls. He's having a quick word with Liam Mamchand there. Just perhaps analyzing his bowling, giving him some feedback on what he needs to do.
Well, Anil Lakan was actually Liam's first coach at the age of 10.
There is Liam.
I always say, you know, we always make fun with Anil, of course, good natured, and Anil is one guy, one of the most committed coaches you can find. He gives off his time freely. You know, he has a coaching school and he doesn't charge a cent. And also provides refreshment.
Always a plus. 15 without loss here north, and certainly it hasn't gone to script so far for south. Not when they were with the bat in their hands and now with the ball. North have a confident bunch, already 15. They've already wiped off 15. The required target is already below 100.
So Mamchan, 2 overs, 1 made, none for 2. He's going to switch to wrong the wicket now. And let's see, changing up the angle, if that can create some problems. Right on spot yet again.
We noted that the shorter delivery troubled Budu Singh. Let's see if one homing in on the body is going to present him with some problems. I'm sure that's going to come. There are the 2 substitute fielders there for South. Sonny going to be captaining Presentation College San Fernando tomorrow.
He's had a great season, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's why many are surprised he's not playing today. He was at the press conference yesterday. Spoke at the press conference, as the captains always do. Came up after Joshua Davis, who said that, who told him in the press conference, don't forget that we've already slain one Presentation College. We're out to get the other one tomorrow on Wednesday. To put it in his exact words, we are in a slaying mood.
Wow. Always good banter. You can see Mamchan pitching up, going for swing. And this is going to run away very close to the boundary. Agard is given chase. And they're looking for 3. Budu Singh, he can't get it.
A bit of teamwork there between the 2 men from South. Another part of the game that really has blossomed over the last 20 years or so. Imports from other sports, baseball, the relay throw, the slide, all of that coming from the populous America's sport, one of the most popular sports in the U.S., baseball. Of course, cricket is making a dent in that in some portions.
Yeah, definitely. And Ricardo Chase, of course, again, very close friends with Mamchan, giving him his fellow fast bowler some advice. Short, and it's gone! Whatever Chase had to tell Mamchan, it has worked. And as Vidya Ramphal said it earlier, the short ball was coming. Budu Singh has to go, and South, they've taken a wicket.
Yeah, they have. It was on the cards here. That was all part of the change in angle, and you knew that the short ball was going to come at some point. Pitched up a couple, and here was the short one, and he didn't play it well at all. Just lobbed the bat up like a periscope and straight into the hands of Pereiro. Took it pretty comfortably. He's a tall man, and that's the end of Budu Singh. Yeah, that's what he was trying to do, just slash it over the slip region. But he has to go. He's gone for 8.
So it's 17 for 1. Budu Singh, normally very solid, and was looking the part. He's now being replaced by Andrew Rambarad. I had a word with Andrew whilst he walked out. And the young man Ramnath, he went out there to give a message to Ramdu. Ramnath, who's sporting a 1962 hairstyle, he runs off.
What is a 1962 hairstyle?
I think it's an afro. A Jerry curled afro.
Yes, very popular in the 80s also.
Well,
These
he's
things come
bringing.
back.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks good though.
It looks good on him, yeah.
Yeah, looks good on him. He's bringing back that.
Of course, you and I may not have enough hair to pull that off.
Yeah, I don't.
Between us, that is.
Well. Yes, we don't have the resources.
Yeah, it is the popular hairstyle. All of the youngsters wearing those. I remember the Jerry curl was in style in the 80s. As a young man at Naprima College, you walk into the cafeteria and there were long lines of Jerry curl people, people with Jerry curl hairstyles there.
So it's 17 for 1.
It's more like what South would have wanted. They built the pressure up. They found they've exploited the weakness of one batter. That's Budu Singh. But these two here, they are a different proposition, aren't they? Ramdu has looked pretty comfortable so far. Rambaran is a class act, and he will play himself in. If they can get one or both of these batsmen before they break off for lunch, South will, I think, it would be job done. At least one of the tasks accomplished before lunch.
If they can get these two, and with Davis nursing a finger injury, so he will have to be careful, they can get back into the contest. Has Mamchan opened the door here? It's a shot, it's hitting him just somewhere in the region of the shoulder, I think. Well, Ramran seems to have gotten an edge onto it as well.
Yeah, he did.
Let's have a look at that. That was
edge.
Aggressive.
Ooh, that was
Well, I think Ramran
was
was taking evasive action there more than anything else.
Yeah, he went for the hook shot, but then found the ball was getting big on him very quickly and tried to pull out. Took perhaps the glove off the edge, also, I think it was more likely, and went away for 4. Good aggressive stuff here from Liam Mamchan, and you really have to go full out at this point. This is the make or break session here for South.
Mamchan giving it his all here at the moment. After 5, it's 21 for 1. And the coach Anil Lakhan has been in his ear. So whatever Coach Anil Lakhan is probably doing is asking exactly what you're suggesting. Go hard or go home.
That's exactly the maximum that should be put across to the South team. If you want to win this, that's what you need to do. And for the Naprima College boys who were knocked out of the T20 in the quarter-final rounds, a chance here for them to pick up a title. You want to pick up a title. At the end of the season, you go home, you look at the trophy cabinet, there's nothing. Yeah. You want to pick up something for the season.
Well, I think Naps only have themselves to blame. Their batting has been horrendous this season. In the quarterfinals, they restricted Fatima College to 109, and they just couldn't get that.
Yeah. Rolled over for 75 in that game. Of course, that final is going to be an interesting contest. Both of the finals tomorrow.
The players look deflated there after that.
Yeah.
So we're there at both finals tomorrow.
And both North teams are captained by Jay Davis.
Yes. Kisundat not being able to hold on to that one, as that was very, very short there by Furiz Ali. So Furiz has taken a clue now, and I think it's they're going to try to rough these guys up just before the break, which is in 20 minutes' time.
And that may have been the message that was sent across to the bowlers by Coach Lakan. Shorten up a few. Let's see what test their mettle a little bit. Bowl a few of these, as they call them, the perfume ball. Let's see how Rambaran will respond. When the bouncer was bowled in the last over, he was showing off a rather Desmond Haynes-like hook shot. Let's see if he'll be tempted into trying that.
It's Ali. Oh, that's well bowled. But again, Rambaran, with all the class in the world, just gets it wrong easily and plays it in the offside. When this man gets going, Rambaran, he's really a picture to look at.
Yeah, they certainly is a class act. And for those looking on as these youngsters, there's a lot of talent on display here in this North-South Under-19 Classic, sponsored by the Price Club Supermarket. But there's still a long wait for these youngsters to go if they are to attract the selectors at the higher level, at the Trinidad and Tobago and the West Indies level. A lot of work to do before that.
Oh, well bowled. Good change of pace there by Fariz Ali.
The advantage that Ramdu has, as you mentioned, practicing with these guys, you can spot the change-up coming up.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way that you can spot that the short ball is coming up, the bowler coming in a little bit faster, running in with a little bit more purpose. Those subtle changes, that's what the batsmen look for, to sort of prime their senses as the bowler is coming in.
Well bowled there by Ali, keeping Ramdu quiet. Ramdu is one player who does not like to stay quiet for long. It's been a bit of a downfall for him as well. He'll give you a beautiful 30 and 40 and just at times don't break that threshold. But in recent times, though, I've seen an improvement with that.
One of the rising stars of the North cricket team, and for North Zone also, featured prominently at the awards last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about breaking those small barriers, inching incrementally across to where you want to be. You really have to have a goal in mind, what you want to achieve for the season. And I'm sure that he would himself noted that he's produced those little lovely 30s and not going beyond it. We've seen that from so many batsmen in the past. Shivnarine Chandapal at one time, he took, how many matches did he take to get his first 100? Long time, didn't he?
Very long time. He got it out in the 90s on a number of occasions. What about? Oh, that's a cracking shot through the offside for 4. Over pitch delivery there by Rambaran, and they just cleared the levers.
Yeah, full toss, and certainly batsman of his quality, not a full toss, but very full indeed. And he's just easing that through extra cover for 4. Lovely drive indeed. And North haven't got a huge number of boundaries here, but it's the manner in which they've approached this. Yes, they've lost Budu Singh already, but Ramdu has looked rock solid so far.
Yeah, Ramdu has been in good touch. Rambaran, on the other hand, is just working his way back into form after having quite a great season early on. He's back and cracks this square for 4. Kyle Ramdu, you beauty.
Beautifully played indeed, and he gives himself some room here. That one wasn't too far outside the off stump. Look at the trajectory of this ball. In fact, that was on the stumps, and he's cutting that off the off stump perhaps, and to the boundary for 4. And exactly the point you made earlier, Vinod, about him playing lovely little cameos and then getting out. That's one of those get-out shots. He executed it this time.
He advanced to Fariz Ali, of all people. So we spoke about this young guy earlier on, and this is young Ramcharan, who scored the 95 today. Video, you would like this. He is also a badminton player, and you know it's really wonderful.
And table tennis.
And representing Trinidad and Tobago at table tennis. He's actually the national under-15 badminton triple crown winner.
Right.
Wow.
And this is good.
Well done, Jason Ramcharan. His dad, Jason, you know, works so hard with these kids.
And what's interesting about that, in this age of specialization where parents want to channel kids sometimes into one sport and stay in that one sport, here you have a guy who's performing in 3 different sports.
Yeah, 3 different disciplines. I want to congratulate his parents as well. I know they work very hard with him. Of course, Ramcharan. Jason has 2 kids playing cricket that I know of. Now, one is he's doing a trifecta of sports. and doing well in all. He got 95 today. Wow. Edged down to gully, but along the ground. And Mamchan really heating up the place here now for South. He's trying his best. 32 for 1. North right on top here at this point in time. But just back to Ramcharan Vidya. You know, he's one of those dads who really dedicate himself to his, you know, his kids. Look at his young son there.
Now this was the badminton, the Triple Crown win.
Yep.
As you can see, the badminton court in
And
the back. Lovely sport. I enjoy it.
Yep.
You have to have some good hamstrings to play that. Especially when they dink it over the net at you.
That's again good delivery. Rambaran gets it away, and now Mamchan gets a chance to bowl to Ramdu. He has bowled just one delivery to Ramdu, the very first delivery of the innings, and he's getting a chance to bowl to Ramdu once again. Now he may zone into that leg stump, and this is a good captaincy here from Kisun. That he has maintained the catchers, 2 slips. There is a gully in place. Fariz Ali has been moved away down just a little square out backward square, and now the second slip comes out because of the fact that Mamchan is going to zero in on that leg stump. He might have picked up something in Ramdu's play, and even the first delivery on the legs to Ramdu, he was not comfortable with it.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't. He tries to get inside the line quickly. His initial movements are to get inside the line, but change in tack here. Mamchan going round the wicket to him. So you would feel that, and of course there's no one on the leg side on the boundary. So if the short ball comes, they're encouraging him to go after it here.
Slow delivery is gone, caught behind. Ramdu goes to Mamchan yet again, and the North, they've lost their second wicket.
Yeah, it was a good bit of captaincy, as you mentioned there. Perhaps thinking, and I'm sure there was a little bit of talk in there also encouraging him to do something special. And once again, he's trying to force the issue here, a situation where you really just need to keep on batting. And he's come down the track, and that is a very good catch by the keeper, Kisundat, because he was going down towards the leg side, suddenly had to readjust. And credit to him, he took that two-handed, awkward-looking catch there, but he took it well. And that's the end of Ramdu for 16.
Well, Ramdu, and this is what we spoke about. This kid could bat, but sometimes the blood seems to rush to his head. He chose the wrong delivery. It meant that it was a preconceived shot, because that was back of a length. And he just decided before that delivery, my very dear friend, they are best friends. My very dear friend, he got me first ball. And I think Liam has never allowed him to forget that. I want to give it back to him now.
Yes.
So he's advancing down the track to probably hit him for 6.
Yeah, but personal ambitions and personal issues or rivalries like that have to be put aside when you're playing in this team environment here. And this is part of his game that he will learn to deal with, that mental aspect to it. But credit to South, they've gotten into his head.
And you want Ramdu, because in my opinion, he's definitely going to be selected for the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 team. So you want Ramdu to go into that regional tournament and be bullish, but be smart about it.
You have to know when to turn it on.
Yes.
And to when to go into the shell. At this point, with North at that point with 33 for 1, you're chasing 114. Stay in there, come out with a nice polished 30-something not out, and lift the trophy afterwards.
Well, this is a big bat in there now, Orlando James. If South can get one wicket again, be it Rambaran or James within the next 10 minutes, who knows?
They would feel that they prized a few North fingers off that trophy.
Yep, and you could never know what can happen. So it's going to be Mamchan now. Good delivery to start, right up. So it's a good spell from the big man, coming from the southern end.
Orlando James, certainly one of the bright young talents. Saw him for the first time at the Bago T10 last year, and he had a real battle with his brother Joshua James. They were playing for opposing sides, and they went after each other when the other was bowling, that is, and hit some lusty sixes off him.
Well, would you believe he actually captained I think it was the divers this year. He actually captained the team.
Yeah, he did, and another outstanding talent. Nice figures already for Mamchan. 2 for 9 of his 4 overs. And there was a boundary in there. So when you look at the number of scoring, there is a ball remaining, I see. Yeah, there was a wide in the over.
That's well bowled. Back of a length. James shows him some respect there.
Yeah, still very early in his batting here, Orlando James. Now he can turn it on.
Yep.
He can hit the ball a long way. We saw him, and in that Bago T10, playing a different environment, different pitch, of course, but he was clearing the boundary with regularity.
And some of the parents, the Ramnats, they are there. Some of the other parents from the northern side.
They would be the happier of the two set of parents at the moment.
I think so. So it's 33 for 2. Mamchan has so far completed 4 overs, 2 for 9. And there's going to be a change of bowling at the northern end. Ali struck for 2 fours in the last over. So Ali is off at this point in time. And it's going to be that man, Jason Agard.
He's into the attack here. And Ali greeted with 2 boundaries in the last over. But Ramdu is now gone. Ramdu was certainly taking him on in that last over. Jason Agard in. And the medium pacers doing the job at the moment here for South. Let's see what Agard has to offer here. He has to keep it tight. Mamchan might be in with another over next.
And Mamchan and Agard, they normally bowl in tandem. They would have been bowling for South since the under 13 days. And there is your ride for this afternoon, Vidya.
Sleeping a bit too early, though. I'm still here. I think he's filed the wrong flight plan.
Here is Agard. He comes in on board. Good delivery outside the off stump. And it squares Rambaran up.
Kept a little bit low also. I think he was expecting that to come up maybe stump height. That one was halfway up the stumps.
Andrew Rembrandt is another one. If he turns it on, you'll have to get an Uber to bring back the ball.
Maybe even an airplane, as we saw.
Well, if James turns it on, you'll have to get an airplane.
Yeah, definitely. And the airplane that you saw a few moments ago, that's from nearby Camden Park. Airfield that was built during the Second World War.
Played back to Agard. So it's 33 for 2 here at the moment. So fighting back, but is it a bit of a situation where it's too little too late? I think at this point in time, with about 6 or 7 minutes to go to lunch, they should really give it their best, give it their all. Whether Coach Lahan wants to bring Ricardo Chase to replace Mamchan. Chase is also pacey.
Give him an over to settle down before the onslaught comes back.
Yep. Or you can give him an over and say, we have 1 to lunch, go flat out.
I think that might be the case here because Coach Lakan, just outside of your picture, was having a animated conversation with the Mamchan. Still talking to him, by the way. Brought over some water also. And Lakan always looks very relaxed there.
I was very happy for Lakan when he got the post. You know, he has been in and around, cricket for so long, and the giving of his time.
So it's not only in coaching the young men, he's also coached quite successfully in women's cricket.
Women's cricket, yes. And the funny thing is that you are his coach in the commentary chair.
Yes. There he is, Anil Lakan, and
Lakan always seeks information from Vince, the master.
Mikhail Jalim walking past Anil Lakan there. He's still having a quick word. And there is Liam Amchan on the boundary, just getting some water. Mikhail Jalim, I'm sure, well, of course, will be on the field tomorrow for Presentation College in that secondary schools final, which takes place at 6 p.m. in the, of course, earlier on, there's the girls' final between Holy Name Convent of Port of Spain and the southern team, the Rio Claro West Secondary. They're called the Western Wolves.
Western Wolves, I like that. Rio Claro
Nice
is in
branding of the
Rio
team.
Claro is in the east, though, but they're the Western Wolves.
But we are calling them the South for the purposes.
And tomorrow, just public service announcement, we'll be live at 1 p.m. for that girls' match. Good delivery here by Agard. And you can join us at around 5:30 for our on-field show, where we'll be having the Davis brother and sister combination, and also the Ramdeen brothers who play for Fatima College.
Yes, that's right.
As well as the general manager of PowerGen. He'll be interviewed as well before the start of that match. There's an on-field show that features Ruskin Mark, Vidya Ramphal, and yours truly. So it's the end of a good first over by Igad, just a single. And a couple minutes to lunch here, probably just 3 minutes.
So we should have enough, well, we do have enough time for another over. So the final chance here for South before lunch to prize out another wicket. They haven't done too badly here. They have removed the dangerous Ramdu. Buru Singh also gone. He can be a real thorn in the side of any opposing team. And as we predicted, Liam Amchan's going to get a fifth over here. And he's going to go after it.
Well, Nick Ramlal comes down just to have a word with him.
Well, it's that sort of day, isn't it? You need a drink when you're walking anywhere on the field.
Yep.
And a cell phone to tell people where you are.
And you look for the shade.
Hi, Mom. I'm on Cricket 360.
So here's Mamchan round the wicket. Final over before lunch. Here he is. And Rambaran knows that he's going in to have a bite. Rambaran is a man who has a great appetite for runs and an even better appetite for lunch. So he'll want to stay there. Great guy, Andrew Rambaran. Great talent. And you know, the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 team that went to the regional tournament last year finished at the bottom of the standings. And up till now, I cannot wrap my head around how come, given the talent at their disposal. Down the leg side, and well taken there by Kisundat.
Now that looked like it was going past him. I think he may have pulled that back as it was going behind him. Good take indeed. It kept very low, and he took that very well. North, and they are 4 balls away from playing out their way to lunch here. An early lunch, well, not an early lunch, but nobody would have expected South to be bowling in the morning session. They would have been hoping to start their bowling after lunch.
There's Mamchan. He's in on both Rambaran. Slow delivery. And Rambaran drives nicely. There is no run. Good old Rambo will be looking to take North home.
And Mamchan gave him a Curtly Ambrose stare as he walked past. What a bowler he was, wasn't he?
He had an idea, didn't he?
Oh, he certainly did. He was in the news this week giving his praise to Kemal Roach. He said it's a bowler he really admires. Kemal Roach, the Barbadian, taking his 500th first-class wicket this week while playing for Surrey. Congratulations to him.
This one just raised off a length. So Mamchan really bending his back here now.
And you knew the short one was coming at some point. And there it was. Rambaran handled it well enough there. And it was that type very difficult to get out of the way of. It's coming towards his chest area.
Well, something is going on. The umpire has gone up to Rambaran One wonders what's...
I think he took it on the chest. Maybe he bat on the chest there. So they're just making sure that he's okay. But he seemed to be seeing the lighter side of it. He was smiling away.
Now, this is good thinking, my mom, Chan. Just a couple deliveries to launch. He's decided not to go over the wicket to Rembrandt, just to give him something to think about. Again, another short delivery. And this is played down to point. So using the short ball effectively, I think one of the things about Mamchan is that when he uses the short ball, you have to play at it. It's difficult. He comes at you.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons for his success. A lot of his wickets this year, bowled, LBW, and caught behind. So that's the benefit of attacking the wicket here. And
well, he's on the cusp of a maiden against a dangerous Rambaran. And he completes a maiden over. I think that is over number 9. And at the end of it, Mamchan has bowled his 5 overs, 2 for 9. And it's 34 for the loss of 2 here, the latest score at the National Cricket Centre. And I think the players are coming off for lunch. Final word from Vidya Ramphal before Susan comes a-calling.
well, it is 114 they're chasing. They've come off at lunch at 34 for 2 after 9 overs. So good going here from North. If they maybe would have lost a couple of wickets, we'd say that South are back in it. But it's fairly even here at the moment. But North certainly still favored to go on to win this one. So at the lunch break, North 34 for 2. They're chasing 114 for victory. Join us after lunch for the continuation of this North-South Under-19 Classic here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. those short balls in and really try to ruffle some feathers. Certainly did that in the early stages there of the North innings South. But still, North are less than 100 away. Very small total, 114 to chase down. Attacking field here for South. 2 slips and a gully in place. A backward point also in there. Just 1 man outside of the circle, as you would expect at this point. Nicely played by Rambaran, but doesn't get the single for it. A lot of chatter out there, as you're hearing in the background. All of these guys play against each other week in, week out, either for club or school, and when they're not playing, they hang out together. So they know each other very well. There's a lot of banter going on, all good-natured. But a lot of serious intent also. North intent on taking this trophy home. Good stop. It's just about to drop in front of him. Did well to get across to make the stop there. That's Mohammed for the South team. There you go. It's had a decent start so far. Just 1 run he has conceded of 11 balls so far. And there's a wide also. For South here to get back into it, they really need to create some pressure here on this North team. They have kept down the runs against these 2 batters. However, the problem is they haven't applied enough pressure to say that they've troubled them. Rambaran has been troubled by a few shorter deliveries from Mamchand. But Orlando James has looked rock solid so far. Hasn't scored a run yet, but he's getting behind the line of these deliveries nicely. Full toss. Agard does enough. Disappointed with his effort as the first 10 overs come to an end. At the end of 10, North are 36 for 2. North-South Under-19 Classic, and an example of what the dangers of forest fires. And the Bamboo Grove here at the National Cricket Centre over the years has been a very spectacular backdrop to the cricket. Was, as you can see, forest fire, just a bushfire in the area. Look at what is done. That Bamboo Grove has played a prominent part. First-class match played here that I've worked at here in 2007. Kyron Pollard hit 100 in 1 session. A lot of those balls ended up in that area. Amit Jagadanath took 11 wickets, if I remember correctly, in that match. And Adrian Barrett also got 100, as did Sylvester Clark for Leeward Islands in that game. So a delivery from Mamchand, and James is equal to it. South have come out brighter in the second part of it. They looked very flat early as they came in. Certainly the effects of being bowled out for 113 was still lingering. Obviously what they've eaten today, and maybe a few words from the coach has made the desired effect. They look ready for this challenge here. Important phase of the game, the next 5 overs. If they can prize out a couple more wickets, they could be very much back in it. Of course, they need to keep the runs down. Predictably, the short ball has come again. It's called a wide. A bit too short there from Mamchand, and way over the head of Orlando James, who's not a short man by any means. The umpires today, just to remind you, Lyndon Rajkumar, who is the presiding umpire. Simon Arun is at square leg at the moment. Young Liam Mamchand, the son of Cricket 360 founder Vinod Mamchand, and Nadine Mamchand, who you saw doing some photography earlier today. Cut away, and that's going to be 4. Always in control of that one. Short and wide outside the off stump. And James got on top of that very nicely slashed it behind backward point for 4. Gets in position well. It was rising on him, but he kept that down beautifully. That is one of the best shots of the day. And there have been some good ones. Similar length delivery on the body might be a better proposition here. Just got away from him there, Mamchand, outside the off stump. Too much width for the quality of batter as Orlando James. 73 runs needed to win this game now, North. Currently, they're going along at just under 4 and over. They need 1.84 per over to win this one. No problems with that. That was James's first scoring shot, by the way. Faced 6 deliveries before the lunch break. Just trying to get in line with it. North have lost Budu Singh for 5, Ramdu for 16. In the intervening phase, there was 9 overs just before lunch. It was the ideal situation for South really. You bowled out for 113. A chance for you to come out and really get at the batsman. And you can hear the words from the captain of South, Kyle Kisundat. Come on, Mamchan, get fired up. One of the great additions to the 360 arsenal, the stump mic. Of course, Jason Prasad, our technical man, he's the one who runs out during the break when Rain comes out to get it. Tucked away behind square, just one this time. Rizali is back there. Rizali had a couple overs before, 4 overs or so before the break, but got hit for 2 boundaries by Ramdu during his last over. And Mamchan, as he has done throughout his spell so far, has decided to go round the wicket here. So there's bound to be a short one coming up to Rambaran at some point. Just 1 ball remaining in the over. And he does have a fine leg in place. Mid-wicket also, in a short mid-wicket in place now also. Nicely driven, a chance at a run out here. Misses. Rambaran got there pretty safely in the end. 11 overs in the books, and at the end of the 11th over, North under 19 are 43 for 2. They're chasing 114 for victory. You're watching the North-South under 19 Classic here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver on Cricket 360. Thanks so much for being with us here for this exciting match between 2 very talented teams. Bit of a mismatch yesterday as South ran away with the under-17 title. North trying to exact some measure of revenge today. Here's Jason Dagard to continue. I'll beat the fielder. They should get 2 here. That's going to run very close to the boundary. Just pulled back by Mohammed. That's a good bit of fielding. And also Fariz Ali had to do his part to keep it from running over the ropes. So the 2 South fielders doing well to save a couple of runs there. 1 run, in fact. Rambaran moves on by 3 to 11. James is on 5. Well, in the IPL, there's a big game going on, and well, it's just finished, in fact, and the Delhi Capitals have squeezed out a 5-run victory over the Gujarat Titans, who were restricted to 125 for 6. The Delhi Capitals only getting 130 for 8, and they bowled very well indeed to get the victory by 5 runs. Well, there's something happening here, and Kyle Kisundat, he's nursing what seems to be a hand injury. South team just coming in. Well, Well, I think it might be cramp because I'm hearing the cry of salt prunes. I don't think they want somebody to run to the parlor for them. I think it might be cramp, if anything. Certainly, it's been a very hot day. And certainly some water and some certain type of energy drink might be on the cards right now for the South team. And in Lakan, the coach of South, certainly he would be the more worried of the two coaches. Gregory Davis coaching North today. He's in a enviable position so far. There's Anil Lakan joined by Liam Mamchand as they walk out to inspect the damage that has been done to the hand here of Kyle Kisundat. Or perhaps it's cramp. One of the big discussion points of this final has been the decision to start the game at 9:30, which is when it was due to start. However, one or two of the cricketing fraternity were suggesting that perhaps the match should have started a little bit later. There were some wet spots, or rather some soggy spots on the southern end of the pitch. And when the game did start, there was the suggestion that the ball would pop a little bit on the batsman, and that certainly did happen. South immediately under pressure. They lost Nick Ramlal for one. Next ball, the captain, the influential batter Kyle Kisundat went for a duck. First ball. And South lost wickets regularly in that morning session. And a low score to start off. It certainly was a good toss to win. And North starting off well. Trace of cramp here as Vinod Mamchand comes back from his sumptuous lunch, I understand. What did you have, Vinod? Welcome back.
I was actually invited to that tent on the western side of the ground. Some of the parents from Central, they made a cook. Apparently one guy explained to me that he told his wife to cook goat. She went to Price Club and it was so cheap. They bought goat for everyone.
Oh, so it was...
including me.
Including yourself.
Yes. So it's a situation where South needs to get a wicket somehow.
I would remind you there's a saying that those who indulge bulge.
Well, Cecil Ramlal has brought a roti for us and had to lift it up with two hands.
Yeah. I understand a forklift was requested at some point.
Yeah. So it's probably a good time just to take a short break. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back as we continue coverage of this, the North-South Under 19 Classic, the Price Club North-South Under 19 Classic. And we're here at the National Cricket Center in Couva, that is bathed in sunshine and drenched in heat.
And suffused by goat.
Yes. I want to urge all our viewers to go down to the Price Club, support those who are supporting the future generation of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is what you're seeing out there. Not the coach though. I'm speaking of the youngsters.
Coach heading off the field, Anil Lakan, hoping to see if he can G up his South team to get the victory here. It's looking more and more unlikely as this game goes on. And on the topic of coaches, your favorite coach, Jurgen Klopp, has just been charged, I see here, by the Football Association for his comments regarding the match official. After his side's 4-3 win against Tottenham on Saturday, Klopp apparently pulled an Akil Hussein celebrating the victory. He pulled a hamstring. That happened to Akil Hussein, if you remember, when he got his first class 100.
Yes.
Pulled a hamstring while celebrating out of the next couple of games.
So South still persisting here with the faster bowlers, looking to get that breakthrough. Egan is very capable of doing that. And he's going to give his all. You can trust him for that. 2 slips and a gully. Rambran is on 11 and James is on 5. They have been kept quiet in the main. Good delivery, slow delivery. You can see the change of pace there from Egan. James, who is a very swashbuckling batsman, has been kept quiet here in video.
Yeah, the South certainly haven't been quiet at all, because it's a noticeable change in their psychology as they've come out after the break. They have been bouncier there, not just in the bowling, but a lot more chatter, a lot more talk out there, and they seem ready to compete in this one again.
Outside the off stump, and of course, that's putting in the effort here in the afternoon sun.
Quicker one there from Egan. That one certainly hurried Orlando James into the stroke. James has only had 2 scoring strokes so far in his 14 deliveries faced.
So it's Nikhail Jalim who is wicket keeping now, with Kyle Kisunat off.
Interesting move there, because Kisundat came off.
You just can't keep Jalim out of the game, can't you?
No matter what you do. I'm sure he'd enjoy the opportunity to get some real match time here, at least behind the stumps, before that big intercall match tomorrow.
So the England tour of the West Indies, those fixtures have been released. The first one-day international will be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, as well as the second one-day international. The third will be played at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. And the first T20, Kensington Oval in Barbados. The second T20, the Grenada National Stadium, as well as the third. And the fourth might be of interest to you, Vids, as the fourth and fifth will be played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad.
Ended the over here after 12 overs, 46 for 2. And the Brian Lara Cricket Academy hosting its first ever international match, the T20 match, India versus the West Indies last year. So now getting 2 more. So yeah, it's certainly a venue I really do enjoy working at.
And the first test match between India and the West Indies will be played at the Windsor Park in Dominica, of all places. And the second test match, you guessed it, Vids, on the 20th of July at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad. So I'm told the India series is still negotiations taking place, and as soon as we get those details, we will reveal that to you. But that what I just said was just preliminary arrangements in place,
Or
yet
perhaps
to be
your hopes.
ratified. Yep. So England will be in Trinidad at the Brown Cricket Academy. I'm sure you'll be lining up to go in there, Vidya.
Hopefully I won't have to.
Here's Chase. Down the leg side.
Chase had a really nasty collision in that second T20 match last week. He was actually attempting to field the delivery on the ropes, and he was hit in the neck by the knee of his fellow player. Good bit of fielding there. The collision was so severe, Vinod, that his braces flew out of his mouth.
Wow.
And he had to be carried off the field. The medical staff had a long look at him, and he did come back onto bat and actually just told you a lot about this youngster. So
Yeah, he's a fighter.
he's been to the barbers, definitely. That hairstyle was not quite as Viking-like as it is right now.
It's pulled away by Rambran, just over square leg. It's going to run away into the boundary now for 4. And they rushed into the shot a bit there, Andrew. Rambran.
Not fully in control of it. It came off the top portion of the bat there, and but managed to get it into an empty space for 4. So another boundary here. Slightly streaky there from Rambaran, but Chase has given them something to think about here. It's really ripe. Oh, that's a bad misfield. I was just saying that South have started well, just about to say, and they needed to get a wicket as quickly, but lapses like that really does put the pressure, take the pressure off the batting team.
Yeah, bad miss there. You can see some of the senior players just looking towards the youngster. Is that Budu? No, in fact, it's
That's Kanhai, the
Kanhai.
substitute fielders out there.
bad line here. Oh, lovely take by Jalib. He went flying. And now he's asking Chase, what are you doing to me? I'm a standing wicketkeeper. Well, look at this. Lovely take by Jalib.
Yeah, he did well. The anchor foot was important there, the right foot coming across. And got his hands to it, and it stuck. So 2 substitutes on for South now. Jalim is doing the keeping, and Kana is also on.
Good ball. Good delivery there by Chase. Much better.
And easily played there by Rambaran. The situation is ripe here for North. They're 54 for 2. They're looking like they're going to run away with this here. South need to take some wickets. They need to take some wickets quickly. Very, very quickly indeed. Agard has pulled a couple of overs from the northern end. Chase has just come in here. Who's going to put up their hands here for South?
Cut away nicely by Rambran. This is going to go for 4. Given width, and he was just guiding it more than anything else. Agard is quick, but not quick enough to get that, and that's 4.
Wasn't a Gordon Greenidge square cut, one of the most destructive square cuts you've ever seen in the history of the game. That was more of a slash-turned guide, as Vinod put it, into the gap for 4. Just used the pace of it to get the boundary. Yep, it is that hot, isn't it?
And there is, I think, Matthias Komal, who is sitting out today.
St. Benedict's College, is it?
Yes.
Not involved in this. St. Benedict's knocked out in the quarterfinals, I believe, also. Yeah, nice looking Is that a Barcelona umbrella there, Vinod? Certainly does have the colors of the Catalan Giants. But you don't talk about Barcelona, you only talk about Liverpool, do you?
Yes. Is there anything else to speak about? You can't do like Jason Passar and speak about Manchester United.
Is that a football club?
I think it's Lancashire is a cricket club that has done that county very proud.
That side of Old Trafford has done
Yes.
well.
And there's a story that the biggest six ever struck was struck at that ground by Sir Clive Lloyd.
Mm.
He struck a six at Old Trafford, playing for Lancashire. It went into a train, and the train went to London.
One of the biggest sixes in history, at least if you measure where the ball ended up.
Yes.
Well, the call from Jalin was don't let them get three. They got it pretty comfortably in the end. But the fielder was inside the circle. That one ended up three-quarter way to the boundary. That would have been very difficult to prevent them from getting the third.
So 53 required of 200 balls.
No problem with the amount of deliveries to face here. South, if they are to win, they need to bowl out north. It's just that simple.
And Rambaran is there. That's an ever-present worry. Driving nicely through backward point. That's four. So Rambaran, as he stays in there every day, is gaining that confidence.
Not great fielding in the just across the ropes there, but this was a brilliant shot. As you said, once he stays there, look at that, just dropping the bat on it. And once he drops the hammer on it, it flies away. And that really raced to the boundary for four. And the conditions here have been good in terms of the quality of the outfield. Once you're getting full value for your shots here today.
And it's a word on the umpiring today. Video, both umpires have been very, very solid in my estimation. You know, I went across there and a number of the parents were asking, you know, how the leg before decisions look. And I think in the main, they have been very solid.
Oh, they were. I don't think there were too many complaints about that. I know certainly some discussion about the umpiring in some of the other competitions, but Lyndon Rajkumar is experienced at the regional level.
Yeah, very good umpire.
Simon Arun has been umpiring for 7 or 8 years, works with the Ministry of Education.
Every umpire works for the Ministry of Education.
Yeah, the Ministry of Education is now checking their records to see where do we get all these umpires from. You just caused some problems there for St. Clair. Well,
you know,
actually no, downtown Port of Spain.
Yeah, so they're under the tree there. I think my good friend Olwin Negard is under the tree somewhere. Says that he has a cooler.
Well, it does look cool there.
Yeah,
I tell you.
he has a cooler in a cooler place. Egard. Ambran is driving. Spectators catch. With a feeling by Ramlal. So Egard phone was none for 12. Ali, none for 22 of 3. Mamchan, 2 for 16 of 6.
65 for 2 after 14 overs. And South needs some wickets here. Chase bowled well his first over. Agard, well, his actually just a correction there. Chase, his first over costing 12 runs. A couple of boundaries in there. And at the other end, Chase, Agard, in fact, a couple of boundaries also to his name. So it's looking more and more unlikely that South will rise up to win this one, but stranger things have happened in cricket. Couple of wickets, a few nervous shivers in the dressing room, and it can all come undone, but they need to get a couple of wickets quickly here. Now the main threat has been Rambaran, who's been so good, looked very solid, and 25 of 33 deliveries. James has done his part, 8 of 18. He's been more of the anchor. We're used to seeing him taking the attack to the bowlers, but playing a very responsible innings here, Orlando James, playing within himself and providing great support here for Andrew Rambaran. The target, as you could have seen there, is now under 50 for the first time.
Driving, that's 4. Poor bit of fielding again there. And South not doing themselves any favors in the field.
Yeah, exactly. You need your bowlers to be backed up in the field, and it certainly wasn't. They weren't on that occasion. It wasn't maybe a regulation piece of fielding. He did get across to it, but didn't get the body behind it, and it crept under him and went for 4.
Chase would not be happy. You know, speaking about the solid umpiring we've seen today, we saw some indifferent umpiring in the presentation Shogunas game that was played. I think it was it against Fatima College?
Yes.
Yes. I want to say good afternoon to Kelman Kaulesa, who's the coach of Presentation College. Yeah, so he's doing such a fantastic job. We want to congratulate him. And driving, he's gone. Chase strikes. He's taking a sit in the sun. And James flashes that to point. Chase seems to be injured. He's down for the count. He's rolling in pain. And oh my, the young man just having taken a wicket.
Let's see what happens here. Did he wrench his ankle or something like that? There's the catch is going to be taken here. Chase is going down the wicket. Well, they just cut away to get the catch. And good catch indeed it was. It was coming really fast at him. But Chase went down heavily. I didn't see, there was nothing to suggest that it was maybe his ankle twisting as he went into follow through. He just went down. Now that's always very worrying when you see a player go down like that.
Yeah, there he was following through pretty quickly. He didn't pull up in the follow through. He went right through. The catch taken. Well, he's down for the count. Sachin Emrit is the new batsman going in.
Emrit very much in the mold of Kabir Budu Singh. Shorter players. But here's the dismissal once again. Orlando James flashing drive of that one straight at the fielder. Did well to take that catch. That was really coming at him very fast and just in front of his face.
Sanka, the man claiming the catch.
So, well, there are a lot of smiles out there for the South players, but the only one who's not smiling right now is Chase. Trying to, oh, there he is at the front of your picture. He seems to be okay now.
South will need to take 2 or 3. Sachin Emrit is the man in. And they'll look to remove Sachin Emrit quickly too. Rambaran is still there.
Well, his wicket is going to be key for South to get back into this game. If they can Now that they've gotten James out, if they can get Rambaran out, build some pressure on him, would be very interesting. It'll set up a real grandstand finish here. And let's see, is that Chase coming off there? Well, the medic has her hands around the elbow of Chase.
You don't want to take chances. The season is still young for these guys. National selection is just up the road. So you don't want to injure yourself further. He seems to be limping, though.
Yeah, he's favoring that right leg. So that's it's the left. He's right-handed, so the left foot is what hits the ground. It's not that. Maybe something happened, an injury that he's bringing into the game. So 1 ball remaining, and someone is going to end up with their figures with something 5 overs or so, 5.1 overs here. Seen this happen a few times.
One hope that the young man is okay.
Well, he's in fine hands there because the 2 medics seem to be in good spirits. They're smiling and talking to him as they're walking off. So I think he's going to be fine. But Ramlal is going to finish off this over here. No, in fact, it is Ramlal.
Yeah, Nick Ramlal will finish the over. Just 1 delivery to go in the over.
Someone's asking for the score. Maybe we should tell them to look at the screen. 69 for 3 it is North. And just a ball away from the end of the 15th over. After 15 overs, South were 55 for 5. So a huge gap has opened up between the teams, and I'm sure he will be very much aware of it.
Yeah, Anil has been in touch with his players. One thing, he's not one of those coaches who just sits down. He's there. He reminds me of Steven Ramke soon. These guys, they walk the perimeter of the field just to communicate with their players. If South can get a wicket or 2 here now, it could be interesting.
And see if Ramlal is the man to do so. Just 1 ball remaining in this over.
Remember, Davis is favoring his
finger injury
on the right hand. Rambaran, I think, here is the key. Well taken by Jalim.
Not a great start, a no ball. A free hit coming up here. Serves up a no ball with his first delivery. Not an auspicious start here from Nick Ramlal.
I think Nick just wanted more than 1 ball for the over. Emirates looked awkward in playing that. At the end of 15, it's 70 for 3. So it's going to be Pereira, who is a very stingy bowler. So he's going to add pressure. I haven't seen Sanka just yet. Sanka had 6 wickets in the finals of the 4-team cup.
Well, there was a time that if you had a left-arm bowler involved in the game, that was very rare. Now we have so many left-handers. We have left-arm unorthodox at the southern end. And here's Pereira, also another left-armer involved in the game.
Well, he's orthodox and he comes from the northern end. Rambaran himself, an orthodox left-arm spinner, punches his square.
Yeah, they're very few left-handers involved in the game as bowlers, and even fewer left-arm unorthodox. Dave Mohammed, one comes to mind, who would have been involved in the game just about a decade ago. Now a lot more of these left-arm unorthodox bowlers coming to fore.
Yeah, and then you also had, prior to Mohammed, you had Avidesh Samaru.
That's right. And if you go even further back, well, Garfield Sobers did everything, didn't he?
Yeah.
He also bowled a little left-arm unorthodox.
It's right here in Trinidad. Ellis Post Achong. That is where the name Chinaman and Googly, the Chinaman, came from. And then, I don't know if you remembered, Vids, but in zonal cricket, you had a guy by the name of Arnold Dwarka. Anand Dwarka, sorry. Arnold was the footballer.
Yes,
Anand
that's
Dwarka.
right. Arnold Dwarka was sitting in one. Wait a minute, I didn't play any cricket. Well, not too much. I have seen him. He is a cricket fan.
Our very own Sid Gray did play. He actually captained Tobago.
Yes, he did. Had a not too auspicious time returning to the cricket field, though, in the T20.
Yes. I think it's one over, I think, leaked only 27.
They're gone for the single. Now, missed both set of stumps. North picking up 34 runs in the 5 overs between the 10th and 15th overs, so it's all trending towards a North victory here. Herrera and company trying to change that. Right now it's going to be, as you look at the scorecard there, who is going to stand up and be the player of the match? So far it is Juman. He and Cambridge are among the 2 top players for that player of the match award. Rambaran is of course writing his own script here, because his 26 of 35 came with North in a little bit of trouble, and he's batted them, he's guided them out to safer waters. Well, Ramlal's asking for a slip and a backward square leg, and he's getting both of them.
Yeah, so runs is coming easily here now.
Yeah, the air's gone out of the game, hasn't it? At the
Yeah.
moment, North comfortably ahead, just 39 needed. And you can't look back at the way North have played here and said that South have put down chances. There haven't been any chances that have gone to hand here. Maybe a couple of half chances, all dropping behind fielders, but nothing comes to mind.
In the air, it's going to go down to the sweeper. Jalim collects. I think Jalim is enjoying his stint behind the sticks.
And he'll have the reins of control in his hands tomorrow when in Presentation College calling. Yeah, it's 2 interesting battles tomorrow, Vinod. They've both been billed as North versus South.
South, yeah.
And the women's final, which we haven't talked too much about, we mentioned the Western Wolves of Rio Claro. The name actually comes from the crest that the team uses. There are 2 wolves on it, and the same way you can visualize the Trinidad and Tobago coat of arms, where the 2 birds on the side, they have 2 wolves there.
This is Rio Claro?
That's Rio Claro, yeah. Oh, it's a good delivery.
So it's the end of the over, the end of 17. We take a break with the score at 76 for 3.
Pereira to continue here from the northern end, asking for a field change, just adjusting the backward point a few paces to his right. Rambaran has been rock solid so far, and another nice, pleasant defensive push that picks up 1. And South have been unable to contain Rambaran. He was troubled a bit earlier when there were a couple of short deliveries from Mamchand. Outside of that, he was able to negotiate those 2 deliveries well, and then he's just blossomed since. When the ball is there to be hit, it's a low-risk approach here from Rambaran.
Yeah, he has batted sensibly. And Pereira will give you that. He'll continue to be tight, building pressure. But you're getting the feeling as if South, they're just waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, they came out chirping. They were bright and when they first came out, but when the wickets didn't fall, it just seemed that the belief started to drain out of them quickly. And that's where the coach and the management, of course, they have to get in and keep their team going. However, if things aren't going your way, just great credit to Rambaran especially. He has just drained the belief, bled the belief out of the South team. So he certainly is shaping up to give himself a shot at getting this Player of the Match award.
Yeah, he's done well, Andrew Rambaran. He's batted sensibly. I think that is what's required in the situation. That one popping a bit from the tall Pereira. He's very tall, Pereira. You look at him and you tell someone this is a cricketer and he's a bowler, and you'll ask him how far he's running from.
Not that far, he said. And he's even taller than Simon Arun, who's just around 6 feet tall. Yes, this is under 19 cricket, in case you're wondering.
It's the end of a good over there from Pereira. None for 6 of 2.
Yeah, the bowling figures. Liam Mamchand, 2 for 16 in his 6 overs. And Ronald Chase, 1 for 16. 1.5 overs, as you can see there. He got the wicket and went off the field immediately, injured. The medics walking him off the field. He went on his own accord, which is always good to see. But one suspects we may not see him back on the field for a while.
I don't think he'll want to risk it, but he's on the presentation team tomorrow.
That's why he wouldn't risk it today.
Yes.
If the game were closer at this point, he may have wanted to stay on. But as the game has just gone away from South here, he may be trying to preserve himself for the battle tomorrow. I mentioned the Western Wolves of Rio Claro West secondary, and they would have made it to the under-15 finals, I believe, a couple of years ago. And that team has now graduated. It's now their senior team. They've made it to the finals for the first time. Chance to win their first ever national title. They're coming up against Holy Name Convent, and Holy Name have actually gotten to the final twice and lost. Very close matches. So a chance for them to get some silverware finally.
Not a fine delivery there from Ramlal. It's on about the off stump, coming back into Rambaran. which is not his stock delivery. His stock delivery will normally move away from the left-hander. Down to the sweeper. Mamchan is there.
Yeah, I think he was trying to go for that, the wrist spinners googly, but just got away from him. Eventually just ended up as a high full toss, which was put away for 1. Yeah, it was that wrist spinning delivery that got the name, that created the name, the Chinaman, didn't it?
Yep.
1933, if I remember correctly, the West Indies tour of England. Ellis Achong was bowling to Walter Robbins, the England batsman, and he was expecting the ball to go one way, and then suddenly
Went
the other way. He got stumped, and he said something that made history as he walked off the field.
Not getting that away is Emrit. Emrit likes to get on with things.
Yeah, as the over comes to an end here.
So
80 for 3 in 19 overs. The exact words he said: imagine being undone by a bleep Chinaman.
having said that, it's probably a good time to head down to Price Club. So we're back here, and Sanka, in fact, apologies. It's the wicket keeper is not Jalim. It's actually Rajiv Ramnath. And he has done quite a remarkable job behind the stumps. Vidya Ramphal peers out in his binoculars.
I'll have to correct you, it's a monocular.
A monocular. And he normally uses this looking for taxis, but today he's looking for cricketers.
Well, at least I'm not like Diogenes, walking around with a lamp in broad daylight looking for an honest man. Might still be looking for it.
So it's Sanka, who's in form. In fact, they've changed wicketkeepers now. Yet again. It's that Sonny I'm seeing behind the stumps. Ramnath has gone to first slip.
Yeah, it is Sonny, in fact, who's keeping.
Yes, Sonny, fast bowling all rounder, has decided to keep.
Well, Coach Analakan getting everyone involved. In fact, Jalim, Kanhai, and Sonny have been out there today. So all of the subs getting a chance to be out on the field for today. Yeah, unlike football, which has increased the number of substitutes. First of all, football would have introduced substitutes in the 1970s, and there are now 5 substitutes allowed. Cricket is really now starting to embrace the idea of the substitute.
Oh, that's a nice shot there by Rambrand down to mid-wicket. And they'll get only 1.
Another aspect of the game that has changed. Cricket, we talked about getting ready, getting discipline into the players. Football has now introduced a white card. I'm sure you saw that this week.
Yeah.
So there's a white card, which is the first card that it's handed out, then the yellow card, and if you're very naughty like Jason Passat, then you get the red card.
Good flight there from Sanka.
Yeah, it's another aspect of the game that cricketers decline to really get into, that of evicting or getting rid of players who are not adhering to the laws of the game.
So it's the end of yet another over. It's 81 for 3. We've seen 20 overs bowl. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the National Cricket Centre. And this was the point in the game during the South innings that things changed very dramatically. After 20 overs, South were 71 for 5. North, meanwhile, after 20 overs, are 81 for 3. Just 10 runs ahead, but they've lost 2 wickets less. Nick Ramlal will continue here. Left arm unorthodox. Another full toss, and that's driven away. Pereira has a chase on here. That's a nice stop. The question might be asked, was his foot on the rope as he got in contact with the ball? There might be some overthrows there, and they are. And very strong throw there from Pereira, but it was over the head of the keeper. Now he's coming across here, Vinod.
Yep.
Let's see what happens. He'd gotten rid of the ball.
Definitely got rid of it before. So that's good work by Pereira. And then he overthrew because he's just too strong. Look at the man. Look at the man's built.
The adrenaline also swept away behind square through the fielder 4. Oh, that's another poor bit of fielding here. And in the last half hour or so, that's been 3 stops that South have failed to make. All 3 have gone for 4. And that's 12 runs that could have been prevented. That is wretchedly poor there from South. They have mentally given up the ghost here.
Yeah, it seems so. It seems as if, they've resigned themselves to defeat here.
Nick Ramlal just throwing on the leg side. A nice looking sweep shot there from Emirates. Takes him to double figures. And they're just getting singles readily here. And those fielders, that was not far away laterally towards the fielder. He came in and just ambled in and really allowed them to get the single easily. Yes, if they were more mentally alert at some point, they would have prevented the batsman from getting there. But when you're in the state, your opposition is 89 for 3, chasing 114. It's difficult.
And you have to credit Rambaran the way he has played here today. It's normally a dashing stroke player. He has curbed that.
Yeah, that's how he's done it throughout the day. In a snapshot there, that's how Rambaran has done it. He's pushed the singles in the V with those release shots, just getting the singles, getting off strike. And once the ball is within the areas that he likes to score, he's pretty good with those cut shots. And he's played some really nice and delicate shots square of the wicket.
Flatter. This time, Ali's in the way.
Almost like a medium pacer there. 21 overs gone. At the end of it, North are 91 for 3. They're chasing 114 for victory. 2 substitutes in. And that's Ramnath, V. Ramnath, and Bachu. And I'm sure they'll be happy to, they'll be celebrating their victory later on if it does get to that. We're talking about the hairstyles there, and 2 of them very much similar hairstyles as they walk away. I'd be shocked if I see you in a hairstyle like that, Vinod.
I'm working on it. It's loading.
90 for 3 after 21 overs. Can South do anything here to bring things back? Well, take wickets. It's been easier said than done with Rambaran 34. A genuine contender now for player of the match. 34 not out, and he took a wicket in the South innings. Bowled very well also. Miserly spell and picking up the wicket, and now a valuable 34 not out.
So it's going to be Pereira to continue. He is bowling from the northern end. 2 overs, none for 6.
Well, just got himself into an awkward position there. Almost played that back to Pereira. I think he was surprised by the pace of delivery more than anything else. A lot of good young cricketers on display here today. Luke Alley playing a nice little innings of 23. Well, he's lifted that nicely, and that's gone. One bounce into the boundary for 4 runs. Pitched up by Pereira, and Rambaran, as we've said all the way through the day, he's been ready to pounce on anything loose, and that certainly was a loose delivery, and put it away well.
Yeah, overpitched. Rambaran with the field up. Just went over the infield.
Well, it hit the Tiger in Tiger Tank straight in the face there. 94 for 3. And certainly Rambaran just 12 away from what would be a really good 50 for him. 20 runs still needed here. So he is within range of getting this 50. Emirates on 11 of 22, Vinod. And certainly North have been dominant all the way through this game.
Yeah, they have been, even from the very first over. North has been in control. There's always been a case where South looking to catch up.
Well, the bails have been knocked off here. Not sure if it was the batter, maybe the wicketkeeper. That's going to be interesting viewing. See what happened here. No appeal or anything. It's not a suggestion that he's out. But yeah, I think it was the keeper's hands, if anything, that knocked the bails off.
Yeah, it's possible. Young Sonny, not familiar with being behind the sticks.
Yeah, the hands getting in the way there and just knocking the bails off. Last ball of the 22nd over, and it will be Pereira. They're on this time. Dot ball to end off the over. At the end of 22 overs, North are 95 for 3. They just need 19 runs now to win this game and to lift the title. Rajesh Ramnath on the attack, and he's been greeted with a boundary. Short and down the leg side, and Andrew Rambaran, who's seeing the ball as large as the Goodyear blimp right now, put that one away pretty easily.
Ramnath has been in form in secondary schools cricket. Got 6 wickets against Naprima College, including a hat-trick.
We wouldn't want to mention that too many times. This is turning out to be a match-winning partnership here. Now up to 31 of 46 deliveries, and Rambaran inching closer towards that 50. 44 now he's on, and the score, the 100 is up for North. 100 for 3 in the 23rd over.
Ramnath again.
So just a few changes to the field here, but they have largely just, they've mentally caved in here, South. And they're just going through the motions at the moment. For Rambaran, he would like to get that 50. A quicker one, the arm coming through really fast there from Ramnath, but Rambaran was equal to it.
Yeah, Ramnath is one of those tricky bowlers. It's a man with a golden arm, so to speak.
Yeah, just caught him out slightly there, just almost playing it back to the bowler. Certainly want to deny Rambaran the 50 here today. 44, 58 deliveries. End of the first over from Rajiv Ramnath. None for 6 of his first over. There is the match summary. Not great viewing if you're supporters of the South team, but if you are a North supporter, you'll be smiling as broadly as Port of Spain at the moment.
Yeah, it's just a matter of a dozen runs, and then this game will be over. The trophy will be going towards North.
So they've split the series over the couple of days, and South winning the under-17 title yesterday, and North looking to run away with the under-19 title today.
I think that is exactly what is going to happen here.
What an equation. 13 runs needed off 162 deliveries.
Could be tight.
Well, Emirates has done the ideal thing here. He's just come in, just played himself in, and he's allowed Rambaran to knock off the runs.
I think the only thing of interest here, other than a North victory, will be Rambaran's half century.
Yeah. 6 runs needed for him to get his 50. 13 needed overall for the victory for North. Half appeal there from Pereira, but
we haven't heard an appeal for quite a while.
That's the first one, and it was only a half appeal.
Yes.
We still haven't heard a full appeal.
Yes, that's true.
That's a lovely sight indeed. That's near to the Sir Frank Worrell Cricket Development Centre. I was at the opening of that. Was that back in 2002? I think you were there also, Vinod.
Yes.
Didn't know you at the moment. I just knew you as the star reporter at the time.
Yes, I think Andrew Chan was there.
Oh, that's beautifully picked up by Pereira. As easy as picking cherries from the tree in his backyard. He just picked that up as it was the easiest thing in the world. Emirates will keep the strike here, or will he? Yeah, he will keep the strike to just amble the single. Each single is taking away the chance here for Rambaran to get the 50, though. But I don't think he's going to care if once they win the title.
I think so. So we can quickly see the bowling figures. They've used 8 bowlers.
There's the eastern side of the ground, the National Cricket Centre. No sign of rain. South supporters, if you're wondering. That certainly does not suggest there's going to be a deluge coming down here at the National Cricket Centre. Even at this point, Duckworth Lewis will be certainly in favour of the North team.
Oh, that's a medium pace delivery there from Rajiv.
Pulls out of the single. And so far it's that early session where South were really under the gun, losing those two early wickets. That really proved pivotal in this game. Emirates gets the single, brings Ramnath back on strike. So Ramnath having the opportunity here, perhaps to pick up another couple of runs. Just 11 needed now. He should. Well, he needs 6 for the half century.
He has to be careful though. He's done all the hard work. Don't want to throw it away now.
Yeah, he's done all the spade work. You don't want to drop the shovel on your foot at this time. Another single. And he inches closer to the 50s. Now 45. North are just 10 runs away now from victory.
South came out just after lunch. They were looking sprightly, and just in a matter of 10 minutes, they just fell flat again.
Yeah, they came in at after lunch North at 34 for 2. So they've added 70 runs and just lost 1 wicket. They've been dominant in this afternoon session as the 25th over comes to an end. 104 for 3. Just for comparison's sake, South at this point, after 25 overs, were 81 for 6. Just to go back over that South innings, bowled out for 113. They collapsed from 76 for 5 to 114 all out. Their last 5 wickets falling for 38 runs. That's the difference between the teams. South losing their wickets at 9, 9, 35, 35, 53, 76, 81, 81, 92, and then 114. Another change in the bowling here to report. And Pereira out of the attack. And Sanka is back on. Just a 1 over before lunch and just conceding the 1 run. He struck Sanka, that's Rambaran on the pad here. First time they've gotten past the bat in some long way to this batsman. Change in the field, just asking the mid-wicket to move a few paces to his left. Nicely driven. That should be 1. Long barrier employed there by Fariz Ali. Great conditions here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain-Couva. And don't forget, after the game, we will be bringing you the closing ceremony. Appeal for an LBW appeal, but the batsman was clearly outside of the off stump trying to sweep that one.
I think that was a polite inquiry there, Vidya.
Yeah. Very optimistic. I guess the equivalent of that in cricket would be Sanath Jayasuriya at the end of his career buying shampoo.
Swung away by Emirates. So just closing in on victory here now.
Just a couple of lusty blows away, and Rambaran on 46 now. So he wants to get that 50. He has to get a move on now because he has to get half the runs to get his 50. At the other end, Emirates is having, well, he's just knocking off the runs when they come along. He's not holding back. Dropped it. Straight at the bowler and out of the hands and down to the ground. Well, he was looking to bring up the 50 with a boundary there, and he almost succeeded in undoing all of his good work. Here's how it happened.
Well, it was in the slot for the shot, but it pushed out early and just did not get the elevation. Rembrandt has to be careful here. He's done all the hard work, as you said, Vidya.
Well, I think more relevant there, Simon Arun has been, maybe should have offered a thank you note to the bowler, because I don't think he was going to get out of the way of that.
And when Rembrandt hits the ball, it stays hit.
Simon Arun really should have gone left. He went right and followed the ball. That was heading straight towards the middle of his nose.
Ramnath bowling those quick off spinners.
Oh, full toss. Should have done a little bit better with that. And I think maybe he's just thinking, I should slow down here and allow Rambaran to get his 50, because he really should have put that through the covers for 4. Gets 1. Almost got his head taken off there by that throw. Was that Mohammed who sent that one in?
Ramnath, a man from Vishnu Boys, is bowling to Rambaran, who also attends the Vishnu Boys.
Very
That was
fast
medium
indeed.
pace.
Yeah, he was surprised by the pace of that one. Just dropped the bat at it, and the bowler did well. Situations like this where the game is really gone, it's just those small victories, like preventing the opposition batter from getting the 50. Nice shot. We'll get 1. And should keep the strike for the next over. Just 1 ball remaining. And Rambaran is 3 away from his 50 here. Well, Emrit has his own ideas. He gets 1, and he will have the strike for the next over. After 27 overs, North 109 for 3. They need 5 for victory here in the North-South Under-19 Classic. Oh, welcome back. North are 5 away from victory, and they have 23 overs to get it, so that's not a issue here. Rambaran is on 47. Emrit is on 17 of 42. So we could very well see the game end in this over.
Yeah, and Rambaran, you know, he's been subdued today, and still, look at that strike rate, 47 of 65. If you do get to that half century, it would not be a situation where he is looking to occupy the crease any longer. I don't think it'll take him a year and a half to get it.
Yeah. Well, it's a strike rate of just above 72, and I'm doing that without the benefit of a calculator.
Very good.
Yep, that's that just sums up South today. They know that it's over at the point. Nick Ramlal looking very unhappy at the moment. Swept away. That's going to be 4 runs, and that'll take them to the brink of victory here.
In fact, that's victory.
And that is the victory, and it means that Rambaran is going to be left here on 47. He's not going to get the 50 today, but it is victory for North over South in the Under-19 Classic, and congratulations to North. They have gotten the victory, And in fact, the batsman has given away his bat to one of the South fielders here. So not sure what that's about, but congratulations to North. And they have gotten victory here.
Well, I think that
Oh, there's a swarm of bees.
just
My
passing
God.
across the ground.
Well, the umpire is still up. I'm not sure.
Well, he hasn't seen it.
I don't think he's seen it here. But the players have very smartly hit the ground as the swarm of bees has gone across. It's all happening here. They've gone across towards the eastern side of the ground.
It's
For a
heading
moment
toward-
there, I thought they were doing push-ups like the Pakistani team, but they did that after they won.
So the players will now greet each other as they walk off just to close the match time. Ramdu 16, 47 not out to Rambaran, 22 to Emirates. Victory 114 for 3. And James had 20. The best of the bowlers, Mamchan 2 for 16 off 6. And Ricardo Chase had 1 for 16 in 1.5. Stay tuned. We have the presentation ceremony coming up pretty soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you and welcome to the presentation of the awards for the Price Club Under-19 North-South Classic. My name is Vidya Ramphal to take you through the closing ceremony here. It was an exciting final and certainly a one-sided final in some ways, with North running out winners by 7 wickets in the final. So let's go to the prizes of for the finals here. Let's start off with the award for Best Batsman, and the trophy is presented to the batter who got 47 not out of 63 deliveries with 6 fours, Andrew Rambaran. This will be presented by Jason Ali. Congratulations to Andrew Rambaran. And now we go to the best bowler of the final, and with figures of 5.2 overs, or 5 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs and 3 wickets, Abdullah Cambridge. This will be presented by Natasha McIntyre. Congratulations to Abdullah. And now the best fielder. This trophy will be presented by Trisha Bokas. So we'll invite Trisha to make her way to the front at this time. And the best fielder trophy goes to Kyle Randu. And certainly there were many players who were up for the title of Player of the Match, some of whom have already been mentioned here today. And this trophy for Player of the Match will be presented by Jason Ali. So we invite Jason Ali to make his way to the front to make the presentation at this time. And certainly many felt that in the early stages of the game, with North picking up 4 wickets before South got to the 35-run mark, that was the critical phase of the game. So the Player of the Match award goes to the man who took 3 wickets during that period. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 25, Abdul Rahman Juman. So now the final has been won, but one of the teams, of course, has to be finishing as the runners-up. Now we'd like to invite the South team to collect their medals, starting with the captain, Narad Kyle Kisundat. And the medals are to be presented at this time, and I'd like to invite to come to the front Shaliza Ali to help us. Jason Agard. Nick Ramlal. Riyad Mohammed. Luke Ali. Fariz Ali. Ravi Sankar. Ronaldster Pereira. Ricardo Chase. Liam Mamchan. Rajiv Ramnath. Kevin Kanhai, Alvin Sunny, and Nikhail Jalim. Those are the players for the South team, and also we'd like to invite to collect their silver medals Anil Lakan, the coach of South, and Kerry Phillip, the manager. And please stay with us at the front for the presentation of the medals and the trophy to the victorious team in this year's Prize Club Under-19 North-South Classic, the team from North, starting with their captain, Joshua Davis. And of course, Vice Captain Orlando James. Kyle Ramdu, Kavir Budusing, Andrew Rambaran, Sachin Emrit, Zachary Siwa, Joshua E. James, Abdur Rahman Juman, Vasant Masterclass Singh, Abdullah Cambridge, Wayne Edwards Jr., Viran Bachu, and last but not least, Vikash Ramnath. Also, we'd like to invite to the front to collect their gold medals the coach Nisar Mohammed and the manager Gregory Davis. And one more detail, a small detail, but a very big one in many ways. We'd like to invite once again to the front the captain of the North Zone team, Joshua Davis, to join us at the front. And this is for the presentation of the Prize Club Trophy for the winners of the Under-19 North-South Classic 2023. North getting the winner's trophy this year. Congratulations to the South team. Congratulations to the North team. Thank you very much, Ms. Shaliza Ali. And this has brought us to the end of the presentation ceremony. But we won't be finished if we don't invite the North team to parade in front of the cameras for one last time with their trophy. Invitation for the North team to come up with their captain, Joshua Davis. And of course, the manager and coach, I'm sure you'd want to join in here as here we are. Congratulations to the North team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it once again for the victorious North team. And of course, after the picture with the team, we'd like to invite the sponsors to come up to take a picture with the team itself. Okay, congratulations to the North team once again. Thank you so much for joining us for today's match. And thank you very much to the sponsors, the Price Club Supermarket, for another year of successful sponsorship of the North-South Classic. I'm Vidya Ramphal. Goodbye, and we hope to see you next year for the Under-19 North-South Classic, sponsored, of course, by the Price Club.